Yo, the Rizzler is back. Dude, I feel bad for the Rizzler. That little kid who was on Jimmy Fallon or whatever. Like, look how fucking fat he is. Like, some person's parents had to, like, shovel that much food in that kid's mouth to make him morbidly obese. And either he's gonna, like, join a sport and, like, shed all the weight when he's, like, in his teens, or he's just gonna be fucking stuck like Tony Soprano for the rest of his fucking life. Have you seen... Yeah. Oh, he was tired of him? That's funny. I don't know. Instead of giving him a fucking Twizzler, they should have gave him like a piece of celery or something instead. I don't know, I think it's like child abuse, honestly, like just fucking force-feeding kids or giving kids like copious amounts of sugar and like not making active attempts to like better their health. 90% of the population getting the weight double this Xmas season. That's true. I remember like this one specific time in college. There was always this one lunch lady at the college who would do the checkouts. She was not very friendly. And you know, she was, you know, typical, like she was already a little bit like overweight and just kind of like bleh. I don't know what her situation was, but I just remember like after we came back from Thanksgiving break, it was literally only over the course of a week or two, and I just remembered like she noticeably gained like 30 pounds. It was fucking, like it was terrifying. I was like, I don't know. Do I have game? Are you asking if I have Minecraft? I don't. I realized how lazy I was before I came to college because just walking up the hill of class was down 10 pounds. I eat less because I'm broke. Yeah, it's like you're also, when you're in college, your hormones are pretty much at like their peak as far as like your body's endocrine system being able to like oxidize and break down fat and metabolize everything. So honestly, take advantage of it while you can, when you're younger. Go do some resistance training, weightlifting, and just learn how to eat, you know, whole foods and try to stay healthy and all that kind of shit, because honestly, it's not going to get any easier as your 20s go on, and especially into your 30s. There's something about that 30-year wall where all of a sudden you're, like, unless you're, like, staying on top of your shit, it'll get away from you real fast. Is there any way to maintain and increase your metabolism? Yeah, I mean, just building muscle, essentially, and obviously your, what do they call it? Like your NEAT, what does NEAT stand for? Expenditure of energy. I mean, just going on walks and exercise. I mean, any way that you can increase your body temperature is like a way to increase your metabolism, but I would say to baseline be good at increasing your metabolism, it's probably building the muscle, which obviously requires a calorie surplus. But yeah, I mean, calorie deficit's always going to help you. And just figuring out how to do that healthily. I mean, there's also intermittent fasting and stuff. Hey, what's up, dudes? Welcome back, guys. A lot of happy faces. Have you ever lost your enthusiasm for the gym? I certainly have, for sure. I mean, honest, I'll be real with you. Like, the one thing that actually keeps me going is just my strength progression. Just like seeing the numbers on that like change or go up. Because I was telling you, I recently hit like 300 on my bench, and just it was sick, dude. I hit 2 PRs on fucking Friday. I did 215 on my overhead press, the strict press, and 515 on the hex bar deadlift. And I don't know, it just makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Like, it might not, you know, I don't think a single girl is gonna give a shit about my strength lifts at all or anything like that, you know, because nobody ever comes up to you and is like, hey bro, how much have you been putting up? You haven't been in the gym in 4 days. Time to get back, Jade. Let's go. Recently learned that you're pre-diabetic because I don't eat frequently. Because you don't eat frequently. I usually eat about once per day in the evening. Habit developed from working in the restaurant industry. I don't think it would be from lack of frequency. I think it would probably be more to do with, I mean, in this situation, insulin resistance. So it just depends on what you're eating. Which, if it's just like a bunch of processed carbs, is going to probably create the insulin resistance. But yeah, I would just try to decrease your processed carb intake and try to prioritize like proteins. Could also be a result of oh, that's true too. Yeah, PCOS. I've heard that has a pretty astounding effect on your hormonal response to things. Do you take whey? I do. I did whey for a while, but I also started getting like egg white proteins. Just who's that famous bodybuilder that did like the leg like push down thing? It's like his famous move or whatever. It's so silly, but I know he says that he just does egg white protein powder, which is whatever at the end of the day. I mean, I've heard like whey affects your insulin more than egg whites, but nah, not Tom. Yeah, it was Rambo. This is why it's awesome to have some setup at home, you know, get out of bed and do some pull. Yeah, exactly. Get the body moving. I don't know. Just get into a routine. It's not like every workout you do needs to be like killer, but just doing some little something every day and just craving that, you know, physical output, because obviously it's like we as humans are more, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of generalizing, but we as humans are kind of more prone to whatever we were like 30,000 years ago. And obviously, only in the course of about 100 years has us in the Western civilizations just had such ready access to food, especially all this like bullshit that we get now. How do you get rid of heartburn aside from antacid? Yeah, I would suggest, I mean, from what I've seen, antacid, it binds to the acid, but or rather it neutralizes the acid. But everything that I've seen is that what ends up happening is that makes your stomach pH. It's all about like your acidity of your stomach acid. So like the antacid will make your stomach, it will bind your stomach acid, right? But it makes your acidity very basic or whatever. But you want your stomach acid to be somewhere between like 1 to 3, which is very acidic. Because what ends up happening, and the reason you feel heartburn, from what I've heard, is you, like, once you consume like high processed carbohydrates, right? And then, was it like H. pylori, like the different bacterias, they release like, they release certain byproducts to make your, I think it's like bicarbonate or something, to make the environment in your stomach more basic, less acidic, because that's just like where they thrive. And they can also like connect to like your serotonin receptors in your tummy to like convince you as a human that you want more sugar. So you're essentially feeding these like parasitic fungi or whatever the fuck, bacteria. So what you want to do is like maybe take like 1 to 2 tablespoons of like apple cider vinegar and, you know, dilute it in water, like prior to, maybe like 20 minutes prior to eating. And that'll help to like create a much more acidic environment so that you can like break down foods, because whenever it's more basic, the like you know how like you have like the esophagus, there's like a little sphincter that connects to your stomach called the esophageal sphincter, I think. And then for whatever reason, whenever you have a more basic environment, less acidic, it starts to dilate and open, and then your stomach muscles are like throwing around the acid because it's like less, you know, it's weaker, so it's trying to like cover more food to break it down, and it can't break it down as easy. So then all that sloshing and shit jumps up into your esophagus, and that's like where you feel the pain of heartburn and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would just look into trying to acidify your stomach environment. And honestly, just try to get away from processed carbs and all that kind of shit. Yeah, you can look that up, Misty, on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff about that. I mean, you're basically going to come across like a lot of low carbohydrate, like ketogenic type diet stuff, which honestly isn't bad for you. You know what I mean? I enjoy it when I did it, but I guess I kind of just like desired more carbs for like lifting. I mean, they don't teach that shit in nursing school. They'll teach you to take as many fucking Tums as possible, but Tums just like fucks you up, dude. It literally just like destroys the acidity of your stomach. It's terrible. And once again, like every pharmaceutical product that you're gonna get is just to like mask symptoms. It's never gonna like treat the underlying cause, which most of the time just originates to like a shitty diet and no exercise, sedentary lifestyle, insomnia, delicious chalk. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Brobby? Hugely popular drink called Tropical Fantasy that everyone stopped drinking because other soda companies made a fake rumor about it. Interesting. What was that about? What's up, Noid? What are these beats? Dude, these are Donkey Wave, the definitive collection. Donkey Kong Country Synthwave Mix. Suggested by Brob himself. We are in the jungle. That crime girl, what up? And chills. I'm a monkey, I'm a monkey, I'm a monkey. I'm a little monkey. Hoo 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 hoo. Listen to me every night. I appreciate that. Is Diet Coke okay? I mean, I drink a lot of like diet soda. I hear it's terrible for you, but I honestly also hear people say that since it's a net negative as far as calories goes, it's whatever. And I don't really know many like scientific studies that accurately show that it affects your insulin levels. But I've heard people say that it does make you hungrier, which of course would increase your calorie intake. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Have you heard of a drink called Quench? I have not. I wanna have some though. I've heard of Surge and Squelch. Hey Joel, what happened to your Twitter? Did you change your username? I deleted it. I really saw no purpose in it. It's like, it's such a convoluted website. Like what, when you think about Twitter, like okay, when you think about Instagram, you go on Instagram, you send funny memes to your friends, you find funny memes, and there's other rabbit holes you can go down to as well. And that's awesome. But when you think of Twitter, like what do you even gain on there, you know what I mean? Oh, interacting with me on there. Well, I don't know. Even that, like, I had way more interaction with my fans here on my live streams than I do on my Twitter. Because I would just say some stupid shit that nobody found funny or interesting. I get like 4 likes. And then it was just, I don't know. And I really didn't feel like tweeting like anything like grifty or controversial or anything like that to gain attention. Because what's the point? You're just going to gain negative attention from people. And I genuinely don't like negative attention. It's annoying. Twitter is accessible, but my mutuals I've met on there is the one reason I still downloaded. Oh, okay, you met some people on there. That's fun. I don't even know how you would even meet somebody on Twitter. I guess unless you like had a nice conversation or whatever. Iris, I do appreciate you were one of the few of my loyal Twitter followers. Does anyone like negative attention? I think sometimes people, kind of like cats, associate negative attention still with attention, so it becomes like just as addictive to the brain. How old am I? I'm 34 years old. Getting ready to write my will. Brats love negative attention. It's true. those dolls that they sell at the toy store. What's your top 3 weapons from the Halo franchise? Well, the original, honestly, I would say like in the original Halo, it was more about the sound design that I loved the most, and there was something so punchy to the assault rifle in that game. And then obviously the pistol was very strong. Yeah, the Needler. I don't know, every weapon was so much stronger in like the original Halo. And obviously I know they had to dumb stuff down for like dual wielding in the next one. What games do I play nowadays? I've been playing the shit out of Vampire Survivors. It's just so much fun. You just like turn your brain off and just completely wipe out like hordes and hordes of enemies by just like walking around. And then you just collect gems like a fucking Gamba game, you know? Did I go to college? I did. I went to nursing school. And it was not fun. I guess it was fun on the weekends when I came back to my home area and got quazy with my friends. As someone who often attracts negative attention, I intentionally attract it because I think it's funny. Right, yeah, I mean, if you're just trolling, you know. But I don't know, I never developed that pathway in my mind. Do you get nauseous on VR? You know, sometimes when I play VR games, I would get a little nauseous, especially, the one thing I hate about VR games is like, it makes you appreciate the details of a game a lot, but it like, when you go, like, see, you know, you naturally want to like lean down and look at that flower that you're looking at, but because for some reason your eyes might not like, I don't know, because I had like the Steam or whatever, the Valve VR, and I only really used it not that many times, but it would just be so blurry in some areas. And I'm just like ready for like the next VR that's like Insano mode, where it's literally just like a pair of glasses that go on, and it just like picks up on all your movements like super uniquely, you know what I mean? Just something super, super simple where you don't feel like you're like a cyborg hooked up to a fucking machine. Hey host, what's up, Bobby? How you doing, dude? It's an addiction. What, VR? I guess it depends on what you're playing. Oh, the negative attention thing. Got any advice for a 19-year-old in college studying finance in hopes of doing some real estate investing? Yeah, you know, real estate is definitely one of the best ways to go about building up your personal wealth. I mean, obviously you will need to figure out where that wealth is going to come from. Whenever I look at like how people generate wealth, like obviously you can take money and like hedge it on a few like solid bets or whatever, that end up making you some money, and then you can invest and grow from there, and then obviously generate, but you just need to figure out how to generate revenue, which you can generate from real estate and renting and all that kind of stuff, Airbnb. But I would say maybe like consider trying to build up your skills on learning how to generate revenue, both either starting a business of some sort, whatever that might be, something with low overhead preferably, you know what I mean? Don't start a gym or anything like that, you know? Think about real estate, start small, building from there. I mean, yeah, if you're good at like flipping houses or something, that would make life a lot easier for trying to break into the real estate market and building up your personal wealth. I mean, really, in my mind, it's like the people that really generate the whole like generational wealth are the ones obviously that figure out how to do businesses, because that's the hardest part, being creative and effective in doing that. But then also real estate, because real estate can keep up with inflation, and then obviously you can invest in the market how you see fit, but because it's a little bit easier to like liquidate. I don't know. I don't really suggest too much like crypto coin, but I'm also the dummy that sees like crypto, you know, like Bitcoin jumping up ridiculous amounts, you know, especially after the recent election. You just see everybody like hedging their bets on that. Why exactly? I'm not really sure. I don't know much about it. Boom, ba-boom, boom, ba-boom. All right, guys. Let's get freaky. I don't have much of a social life at college and wonder if I'll regret it in the future. Thoughts? Yeah, I would try to join some groups, you know what I mean? Like something, you can join a book club or Bible study or, rock climbing group, or maybe there's a jujitsu club, or, you know what I mean? Like just something that like sort of forces you to sort of be near other people in a shared goal or experience. You could also build your social life by working as well. Like one of the more social things that some people do is work at like bars or restaurants, because it's going to build up your interaction with random people and your comfort with interacting with random people, because you're going to have to do it, you know what I mean? And then you can also like get tight with your coworkers and go out with them or whatever. I mean, obviously it would be cool to like build social connections with people that are you're doing something healthy with, like exercise or something. But waiter at a restaurant is torture. That's true too, I guess. Is that what you do, Dawn? Appreciate the advice. You're welcome. I mean, just remember, like, everything in your life is just one step at a time. I mean, if you want to, some of the things that I've heard are some of the most satisfying aspects of life as far as personal growth go are, one, like, being able to be financially independent, which is going to require like building the business and then investing appropriately. But obviously you want to build your social skills as well. And then from that point, when you kind of get those foundations and you're continuing to build upon it, some of the things in like the long term people have come to find are the most satisfying, from what I've heard, tends to be like spiritual communities and family. So like finding a family and then probably going to church or, whatever religion you want to pursue. Because it's just going to give you structure. And I think structure and direction and purpose in life are probably the most important things. Otherwise, you end up chasing a lot of things that may not make you feel fulfilled, whatever that might be. And obviously, avoid alcohol and drugs. I mean, you can have fun with friends once in a while, but I've seen so many people in my life get addicted to drugs and alcohol just like without even trying, you know what I mean? They don't even try, and by the time they're 30 to 40, all of a sudden they have a fucking problem and life is not as good as it could be, you know what I mean? And essentially you're like working backwards to like undo what you've done. Not to be nosy, is YouTube your main only source of income? It's not the only one. Like obviously I have the podcast and then personal investments as well. A little bit of a business external from here that I don't really talk about too often, but that's a little bit harder because, as I said, there's a lot more like overhead there to like make it work, and it's not as lucrative as making entertainment for people and like running ads on it, which is literally all YouTube and podcasting is. Like, you guys find it entertaining, we run advertisements on it. For some reason in our culture, we like highly value the cost of advertising, so it just, the revenue that generates is, to me, kind of ridiculous, you know what I mean? It'd be really funny if like someone went on like a street corner with like a guitar and they're playing their guitar with their, case open up waiting for money, but instead you have to like, to listen to the next song, they like open their mouth and like a fucking Raid Shadow Legends starts playing out of their face. Can you handle a different opinion, Joel? Yeah, I like listening to people's different thoughts. I usually don't, get too rude about it, and I understand, like, I don't know, I see so many content creators, especially in the political realm, that like cannot stand differing opinions, and like, they're just so inflammatory, so I don't know what you want to say, like lacking in security in oneself and just like desire. Like, it's so strange. You want to control everyone's thoughts in the world in like some sort of uniform ant colony. Like, that's fucking weird. Do you still run the Chilling app? That is actually not me. That's Being Scared, which actually reminds me, I'm doing a promo for his, like, he's trying to get a movie going with like Indiegogo. Like, he did the first movie, but they want to get this one in theaters, which is pretty sick. So it actually reminds me, tomorrow I got to do a promo for that, but maybe I should just do an impromptu recording of that right now. Hey guys, if you remember, I used to work... fuck, that doesn't sound right. What should we even say? Hey guys, as you may recall from my time with Chilling, the awesome owner of that and fellow narrator, being scared, is currently trying to get his second independently funded film into theaters via the link below. Be sure to go support that and check out the trailer right now. Right meow. Give Pradeep a kissy for me. Yeah, he's right here staring at me. He wants to go wander around the garage, so I might do that. Hey Bella, what's up? I used to watch several creators who created content that's basically just listening to you now. It's actually very strange. I've been noticing so many different of the AI channels pop up, and it's weird that none of them even actually sound any good at all. They just sound like AI, which I don't know. It just feels like it's completely devoid of any personality or anything at all. But hey guys, as you might recall from my time with the Chilling app, the awesome owner of that and fellow narrator, Being Scared, is currently trying to get his second independently funded film into theaters via the link below. So be sure to go support that and check out the trailer right now. Boom. Nailed it. We freaking nailed it. Scariest life experience? Destiny. Yeah, I don't know why Destiny gets so upset about all this stuff, and sometimes he'll have a take that seems pretty normal and pretty level-headed, and then other times he'll have takes that are just so vehemently negative, you know what I mean? And then if you don't agree with it, you're just a poopy poop stinker head. And I just feel I think what would benefit him more is if when he has these... I understand some people don't act in quote-unquote good faith, or whatever you want to say, when holding a debate. But I think what would make all debates from both ends of the spectrum of politics is to just slow down. If you start to feel someone getting away with maybe attacking you personally or whatever, just say hey, time out. Let's reset. Let's go back to the checkpoint where we left before. Let's create some definitions of what we're talking about. Let's get to an agreement on where we are and differ, and then go from there. Because it's so pointless sitting there yelling your opinion. When you yell your opinion at someone, to me, I think, and to the audience, it appears a lot more like you don't really understand it per se. And even if you do feel that you really understand it, it's... sometimes the energy that you convey is almost as important as the information that you're trying to pass, which I know is kind of counterproductive or whatever. But it's let's have some respect, more often within the realm of policy and politics. It's just I really, really dislike this hyper divisive nature, and I think that energy is starting to wear off within the realm of politics. I think people are getting annoyed with it. They're getting tired of it. They're getting tired of the name calling, the labeling, and whatever the fuck. And I just want people to approach it maybe more healthily. I don't know. I mean, I know sometimes I can get a little inflammatory, but yeah. The one time you had to save the chickens from that one mystery bird, we won't mention any names, wasn't that a scary experience? Oh, that's true, yeah. I mean, whenever I had to shoo away a fucking hawk from these chickens that I had with a broom, it was pretty funny. Because honestly, I did not know what that hawk was going to do. And that was him right there. He's in the chat now. He's a moderator. Are birds still not real? I don't think they are. It's all about the money. Yeah, and I guess that's a good point too, is sometimes maybe having an inflammatory opinion about things, especially within politics, does generate more views, more clicks. I mean, I hesitate sometimes to use the word grifting, but I mean, you got to keep up with things, and you got to like, it pays a lot more to say like, Destiny destroyed by hardcore MAGA Mooga Wooga, you know, like that is gonna get a lot more clicks than like, Destiny has a disagreement with a fellow by the name of Clancy, and he is not too pleased with the outcome of this discourse. Someone starts yelling at me, I ignore them totally. Yeah, I mean, you just have to like do timeout. There needs to be timeouts. There needs to be timeouts, and there needs to be penalties in the realm of debate. All right. Anyways, we got some creepy coworker stories here, guys. We're sticking to the greats, the bangers. We're staying in our lane. We're feeling the pain. Back in 2013, I was a deputy manager at a hardware store here in Delaware. For my morning shifts, I'd open the place up, get the computer and registers up and running, then I'd head into the office to check our answering machine. This was probably one of the more crucial aspects of my morning routine because that was my way of finding out if any deliveries had canceled, if anything was arriving earlier than expected, and also if anyone had called in sick that morning. So I sit down with my coffee and I listen to maybe 2 or 3 fairly routine messages. Then, when I hit play on the next one, I recognize the voice right away. I've been half expecting to hear Greg's voice on one of the messages because he was supposed to be there that morning to help me open up. Hearing his voice was kind of a relief at first because at least I knew that he was okay and just sick. But that's not what he'd called to tell us. Greg was an older guy, close to retirement age, and he was quite possibly the sweetest man I'd ever had the pleasure of working with. So naturally, when I didn't see him that morning, I was concerned. I figured that he was going to say that he wasn't feeling too good or how he was going to take the day off. Shit, my voice squeakled. Dun, 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 dun. I was 12 in 2013. I was in the 6th grade. Nice, dude. Was it a good year for you when GTA 5 came out? Story number 1. Yepper. Simone Archibald. That's a great last name with a 5. Thank you, Simone. Thank you. I am honestly curious how the production of Grand Theft Auto 6 is actually progressing, because from what I've heard within the game industry, it sounds like there's a lot of just like ineptitude everywhere lately. Like, when you look at like Concord, I don't know if you've heard of that game. It sounded like from somebody who was like a whistleblower that there was like years and years of like no progress for like 4 years, maybe more, or like maybe even close to like a year prior to release. They finally got like a working version of the game going just by like outsourcing it to people who knew what they were doing. And that to me is very, very odd. Like where's the leadership in that regard whenever stuff is not progressing appropriately? Chelino with the 2, I want attention. You've got it. Hello. All eyes on you. Everybody say hello to Chelino. Petco's HR was shitty and they let him continue to manage, so I quit. Yeah, because he kept buying snakes and spiders and like releasing them in the store. It's like, listen, bro, that's dangerous. Would you rather walk a mile in the pounding rain or scorching heat that gives you sores and sunburn? Probably rain, honestly, if it's only a mile. I figured he was going to say how he wasn't feeling too good, how he was going to take the day off, and... Pradeep's ripping the shit out of the couch, sorry. I just look back and he's like Spider-Man crawling up. I figured he was going to say how he wasn't feeling too good, how he was going to take the day off, and as much as it was going to suck trying to find coverage for him, I was just glad to know that he was okay. But what he had to tell us was anything but reassuring. The message started with, "Good morning, ladies," which made me smile right away because it was how he greeted us every morning. But then he went on to say, "I'm real sorry, but I don't think I'll be making it into work tomorrow morning. I'm going to see Sherry." I didn't know who this Sherry person was, but I also wasn't super close with Greg's. Not like he was with the ladies who were... That sounded weird. I didn't know who this Sherry person was, but I also wasn't super close with Greg, not like he was with the ladies who worked on the store's floor or registers, and so I went to ask them. I asked my coworker, a woman named Janine, who Sherry was in relation to Greg, and then the way that she looked at me told me almost everything I needed to know. Sherry was Greg's wife. At least she had been until she passed away. I guess that doesn't make her not his wife, but you see what I mean. And so when he said he was going to see Sherry, I figured that he meant that he was going to visit her grave or something. But then when I said that and expressed why I wasn't sure that warranted a sick day, Janine totally agreed. She says it wasn't like Greg to ever call in sick, and he only ever visited Sherry's grave on their anniversary, their birthday, and usually once around the holidays. I then asked Janine, well, what does it mean when he says he's going to see Sherry? And after she turned a whiter shade of pale, she simply responded with, I think you better go make some phone calls. To which I did. I called Greg on his cell, maybe 2 or 3 times, hoping maybe he just wasn't hearing the phone, and I tried his home phone number, but again, my calls went unanswered. I put the phone down, and then I swear to God, not even 2 seconds goes by before it rings. I'm hoping it's Greg, but it's not. It's Greg's son. Then when I asked if his dad was okay, he told me, no, Greg was not okay. In fact, he'd passed away during the night. Greg's son said that this is what he figured from having been... Come at you like a spider monkey. Oh yeah, somebody commented, I don't know, I just deleted their comment and I freaking banned them, dude. But they commented on the last stream and was like, wow, this... And they wrote C-O-N-T. They're like, wow, this Kant drinks during stream. Sad. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I drink whale semen, maybe, but not fucking alcohol. I don't know. I'm not sure where they got the alcohol idea from. I mean, I guess sometimes I sound retarded, but I'm not. Sober as a bird. You hope not, thank you. I don't know. Alcohol's silly. Waste of time, really. Whatever. It's just strange. I'll get like 10,000 nice comments and then you get one comment that's even slightly negative and I'm like, whoa, no. But it's even weirder whenever the negative comment like seems like they're schizophrenic, because then it's just like confusing because you're like trying to wrap your head around how their brain works or why it thinks that way. Hey, Lost in the Mood, thank you for 2 years enjoying your stories. Thank you, Lost in the Mood. It was a long time, but I appreciate you sticking with me. Yeah, no, honestly, I no issue drinking, as long as it's not like the sort of insidious addiction that sometimes you see, but the great birthday of 22, yeah. That's where things went downhill. Greg's son said that this is what he figured from having seen the scene. It appeared his dad had gotten a bunch of paperwork done, including his will, before laying down in an easy chair and just slipping away during the night. He'd watered his houseplants, paid his bills, put on his best suit and shined his shoes, And then after leaving messages for us, and one for his choir director letting him know that he wouldn't need a ride to practice, Greg laid down in his recliner and just died. There was nothing to suggest that he'd expedited his exit, so to speak. There were no pills, no blood, no clear plastic bags or anything of that nature. Everything looked entirely painless and entirely natural. But then somehow I find that all the more haunting. The thing that scares me is sort of how he knew it was his time. Do we all know when we're close to death? And do we all feel so goddamn cheery about it, or was Greg just not afraid to go? The whole thing with Greg isn't the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I've been in about 14... The whole thing with Greg isn't the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I've been in a 14-car pileup where a family of 4 died, and let me tell you, that was way more terrifying than finding out Greg had passed away peacefully. But that accident doesn't stick with me the way Greg's sudden passing does, and I guess that's because all of those unanswered questions regarding one of the few things we all share, man, woman, or child, east or west, north or south, are unstoppable and inevitable. Oh, what the fuck? I guess it's regarding the one thing we all share. I mean, okay. Susie, thank you for the 119. Appreciate you. Wants to trim my hangnails with her teeth. But it becomes one of those ones that they pull and it sort of like unravels your entire body like a thread. Whoa, stop. Ew, yeah, I think IPAs are honestly really gross. I'll drink a cider just because it actually tastes like a sweet drink that doesn't taste much like alcohol. But IPAs just taste like fucking somebody took like tree bark and threw it into a mud puddle and let it ferment for 6 years. And then they're like, here, try this. I added some bubbles to it. Man, woman, or child, east or west, north or south, are unstoppable and inevitable. End. Alright, sorry guys, I gotta pee really quick. I will literally be back in like a minute. I apologize. I actually do have a pee bucket now. You guys suggested it before, and I was like, that's a great idea. And honestly, I'm probably going to have to pass that knowledge on to anybody who ever wants to get into streaming or, running a YouTube channel. You're going to need a piss bucket by your computer. Otherwise, the grind might stop. I just didn't want you guys to have to hear it. Scariest dream I ever had was when someone bringing a gun into my school in a year or two after I graduated a family job. They literally evacuated my... I actually had like a dream about somebody bringing a gun into a mall recently. But it was really weird because it was like... In the dream, I was like running around everywhere in the mall trying to find them to see if I could borrow some money, but I couldn't find them. Mom found the piss drawer. And the poop drawer. It's like just go down the whole drawer. Piss drawer, poop drawer, cum drawer, snot drawer. Just any sort of blood drawer, any sort of bodily excrement, just collecting it. The bucket, yeah. The piss bucket. Ew. Have been having reoccurring dreams about bombs being dropped in America. No, dude. Don't you know when you have dreams that they're actually become true? That's what they all say. If you ever have a dream about being insecure in your relationship, it has nothing to do with how you feel about the relationship. It has everything to do with the fact that it will 100% happen in the future because you have super powers and can see the future via dream. That's science. That's fucking science. It has nothing to do with your subconscious insecurities or fears. You're a medium? Well, I'm a large, so I trump your visions of the future with mine. Have you heard of Joshua Block? He's a viral young man who is struggling alcoholic. His videos are actually kind of scary. I feel like we were documenting his death. He doesn't get better soon. You know, I have not heard of him, but I wouldn't be surprised if just the sort of positive affirmation of TikTok is essentially encourages some people to sort of self-implode. What's that one dude? He was sort of like a vlogger. He's only like 20 years old, but he crashed his car. I really haven't seen any of his stuff, but I think just based on the fact that he was getting views doing like ridiculous stuff, like the whole having, like going up and bothering people, but then he has a bodyguard. So it's like he can do whatever he wants, but then this bodyguard that he pays can just like hurt the person or grab them. I find that really weird and also like really ill thought out. I so desperately want you to do your outros, and remember, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Yeah, I do love The Shining. We can do that if you remind me. Jack Doherty, yeah. I don't know. I feel bad for the kid because it's almost like I look at his face and I look at his mentality, and it reminds me very much of just like allowing a 4-year-old to continuously act bad and like everybody in the family like cheering when you act bad. And it's like, I don't want to sit there and say that that's not his fault because he's a grown-ass man making decisions. But clearly, in a weird way, we have some part to play in the fact that we're like sort of encouraging this strange, just self-destructive behavior by monetizing it, you know what I mean? And observing it. But I guess at the same time, you probably can see that present in many forms of entertainment. Another account that tracks Josh Block's drinks per day and average BAC. You can literally see the dude's hands trembling by. He's on a highway straight to hell. Yeah, if he's got the trembles already, that's very scary. I think he has a McLaren. That's crazy. It's crazy. He just came up so quickly. And it's always weird whenever you get so used to like the sort of typical pacing of the YouTube bloggers or the YouTube Minecraft people, you know what I mean? It like comes in waves, it seems like people, like a new group of people turn like 18 to like early 20s, and then they like take over the wave of like entertainment, whether it's like the immature vlogger or the Minecraft person or the next wave of, who knows, probably horror documentarians, whatever it might be. It's apparently a streamer banned from living in South Korea because a former fighter kicked his ass for harassing Koreans. Yeah, I think, isn't that who is that? The Johnny Somali, or is that somebody else? What's up, Queef? How we doing? I know this is a bit of an unusual request, but I was hoping you could give me some advice on how to handle a situation with a male colleague of mine. Now, I'd rather not say where I live or work or anything like that. I'd like to just try and keep this as anonymous as possible, but here's the gist of my story. We first met when I started working at a large retail store that had lots of employees. He was the first person to really make an effort to be friendly with me, and I thought that we might end up being work friends, but I was wrong. It quite quickly progressed from him being warm but platonically friendly to asking me to go out for drinks with him. I wasn't looking for a relationship at the time, and I knew exactly what the implication of his invitation were, so each time he'd ask me, I'd politely decline, hoping he'd eventually take the hint. But he didn't. He seemed to think that if he just kept asking, that I'd eventually say yes. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I didn't like him like that, but I also didn't want to lie and say that I had a boyfriend. In the end, I thought the best thing to do would be to transfer to a different department, but it became this sort of cat and mouse game of him following me wherever I went in terms of departmental transfer. In the end, I had to go to HR about it, and only then did they stop his transfers without cluing him into the fact that I'd approached them. I'd made the mistake of giving him my phone number when I first started, as he'd offered to work any shifts I needed covering. But after realizing he was only going to use that to pester me, I blocked his number. I made my social media private, but he sent me a follow request anyways, and I chose to just ignore it, once again assuming that he'd have the emotional maturity to just understand his attention was not appreciated. But again, he did not. His increasingly stalker-like behavior wasn't all that much of a problem at the time. I'd made sure our two departments were just about as far removed from one another as it was possible to be, so it wasn't like we bumped into each other often. And when we did, it was just sort of a smile and a nod kind of exchange as we went about our duties. But then one evening, after we'd all closed up and I was walking to my car, I looked up from my phone to see him, standing near my driver's side like he'd been waiting for me. It was early winter. C with a 5, that poor McLaren, I know. Isn't that crazy? I feel like in some fashions, like being that young and coming into that amount of wealth, when you're otherwise not familiar with it, with like little to no guidance, is just such a recipe for disaster. No appreciation for anything that you have, because you never had to really work for it, you know. But thank you for the 5. And Swimming Bird, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And Lynn, thank you for 27 months. As today's my B-Day, I give you all a piece of ice cream cake. Joel, could you widowy hit the gwitty just for me, please? Sure, hold on. That was actually perfect form. Widowy destroyed it. Happy birthday, Lynn. What are you up to for your B-Day? It was early winter, so it had long gone dark by the time we got out. I'd parked my car quite far from the store, so there was hardly anyone else around as I was walking. And then suddenly, there's my cheerful stalker who's basically cornering me in a dark park. I'd parked my car quite far from the store, so there was hardly anyone else around as I was walking. And then suddenly, there's my cheerful stalker, who's basically cornering me in a dark car park. I was a mix of startled and nervous, but I just did what I usually did in that sort of situation, and tried to be as friendly and disarming as possible. I asked what I could do for him, and he started trying to make small talk. I humored him for a moment or two, and then very politely asked him what he wanted. Then, when he asked if I could give him a lift home, I felt my heart jump into my throat. I knew he lived on my route home, close to it anyway, and I know he knew that too. So turning him down... Damn it to hell. Hey, Susie, thank you for the 6, sir. Says we'll never stop listening to you, addicted to your voice. Thank you, Susie. I appreciate that. You get the shakes when you don't hear it. Would you rather be a famous YouTuber or a podcaster? What about both, guys? What about both? D-list, let's read. Maybe I'm E-list. On the level of celebrity, what would you guys rank me? 5 million views a month on YouTube. Ish. And a podcast that's like maybe 100K listens per episode. Yeah, A-lister, obviously. I'm up there with Leonardo DiCaprio. Rank me in the 20s, thank you. Top 20 folks to make content. The Buttersock list. Oh, it's Leo's birthday today? Really? He just turned 10. Leonardo DiCaprio. Born November 11th. Oh yeah, it's tonight. 1974. He is turning 50. Crazy, dude. Turning 50. Breaking up with women half his age. Reasonable. Susie, thank you for another 6. Thank you. Still won't date anyone over 25. Yeah, I wonder if he has like any desire for like a long-term relationship, you know what I mean? Like, has any of those like 21 to 25-year-old women ever like made him happy, you know what I mean, for like a family? Or I feel like if you're 50 years old, or maybe he's just made that decision that he doesn't want them, but or maybe okay, I actually have to find out if he has kids. No, because it seems strange to me to make it that far in your life and not even like accidentally create one. Let's see. So, born, occupations, actor, years active, organization, works, film, father, George DiCaprio, awards, website, signature. Huh. Let's see. Control F, children. No. Philanthropy, no. Alright, well, I guess that's just his life. I don't know, I feel like as you get like to a certain age, you gotta like think about like the next generation type vibe. What's the poll subject today? I don't know. What should we ask? What do you guys want to know about everybody in this chat? You don't believe he wants anything serious? I mean, I guess if you're like that level of mega celebrity and you can get away with that forever, like kind of like living in that sort of adolescent dating sort of, I mean, I wouldn't even call it adolescent per se, but just like the dating life of going from thing to thing to thing over and over again. And I don't know if those girls are consenting to it and don't care and just kind of use it as sort of a career jumping off point for some of them. What 20-year-olds want to date 50-year-olds? I don't know. I think it's just like, if it's like mainly like models, right? Like they're kind of using that in, like they're probably attracted to his wealth and fame. I mean, he is Leonardo DiCaprio, which he is a handsome person, but I think a lot of it probably has some degree to do with like, you know, building up a degree of notoriety from their relationship and getting fame from that. Like, I don't know, just kind of a thing. Got a question for you as a content creator. You can ask anything you want. Yeah, and you build connections and all that, sort of build your network up. But I don't think like any 21-year-old like girl would go out of their way to date a 50-year-old unless there was like some type of like transactional relationship going on there. I mean, it would have to be some really interesting daddy issues in their mind to like fall in love with someone who's 50 and like really, really care about them. I don't know. hard to say. I'm not going to speak for everybody's brain because everybody has their desires and experiences. You got your Leonardo DiCaprio drawing lined up. Is decent, I think. Video drop tomorrow. That's cool. Is it like, do you do like real detailed ones? All relationships have their transactions, just some are weird as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's just life, though, you know. It's all going to feel weird to us based on whatever social sort of norm exists, not just in its time, but also like your geographical location, because obviously there's some pretty inappropriate relationships going on over in areas like the Middle East, or, I mean, you look at like the sort of strange dynamic of relationships in like Japan. They're strange. Everywhere you go, you're gonna look at something and be like, what the fuck? But human beings are quite strange. What's up, Liz? Liz, it's your turn to date Leonardo DiCaprio now. You are up. He's got a big line, and you just jump to the front. Less talk, more let's read. I'm trying, dude. Reading is boring. I don't want to read. Japan's relation, or Asian relationship in general, in my opinion, are some of the strangest. I don't know. Yeah, you look at it, it's always like, I don't know. It's whatever. I knew he lived on my route home, close to it anyway, but I knew he knew that too. So turning him down wasn't going to be easy without coming across as rude or selfish. Side note, this also might seem like a perfectly normal exchange, and I might seem selfish in not giving him a lift home, but this was not a normal exchange. This guy couldn't take the hint that I wasn't into him, so he clearly wasn't playing with a full deck. And now he's blocking me from getting into my car in a dark car park after making sure that there's no one else around but me and him. I'm not trying to use this to slag off men, so please don't think I'm doing that. But sometimes, guys just don't appreciate how pant-shittingly terrifying that kind of behavior is to girls. He was quite capable. I like to talk too. I like talking too. I like to yap. This is like therapy for me, guys. I know some people want me to just shut the frick up and do my job, and I get that. But I don't, man. I want to waste company time. I'm on the clock. I'm getting paid hourly by YouTube. They don't tell you that. They said they're going to increase our wage from $7.25 to $7.35 an hour. In like 50 years or something. What's my astrology? I think I'm Sailor Moon, Sailor Jupiter style. Yeah, they want the monkey to dance. And I will, I promise, I will. Ching, 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 ching. I'll do it. Ching, 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 ching. I promise I'll be a good monkey. Give me a piece of banana. Give me banana. He was quite capable of overpowering me if he wanted to, which is why I had to stay on my best behavior and keep him sweet. But he made that very, very difficult for me, and part of me thinks he did it deliberately. In the nicest voice I could possibly muster, I told him I was too busy to give him a lift, and then made up some excuse about having to pick up my mum from her friend's house. I just really didn't want to be alone in a car with him. I had visions of dropping him off at his flat, asking me to come inside and then making a big scene and refusing to get out of my car after I rejected him, none of which I am emotionally equipped to deal with. And so quite naturally, I didn't want him anywhere I couldn't physically remove him, especially the passenger seat of my car. I gave him my excuse, and he seemed to take it on the chin, but then made a sharp segue into the ignored Instagram follow request. And when he asked me if I'd seen it, I lied. I told him I hadn't, and that I had been taking a bit of a mental health break from social media, which was partially true, And he then countered that with give me banana. Banana, banana, banana. Ooh, ooh. Would you rather drive for 40 hours straight or jog for 12 hours straight? Actually, that's a good question, because if I drove for 48 hours, I probably would fall asleep and crash. But jogging, I feel like I wouldn't be able to do it. Could I walk and stuff too? What's my zodiac? Are you calling me the Zodiac Killer? I'm getting an upright base tomorrow. Yeehaw, friends need a place to keep while they move. Oh, that's cool. Get a strong enough monkey you could destroy a planet while fighting a car salesman. Dragon Ball Z joke. Dude, I love Dragon Ball Z. Is Dragon Ball Daima, is that out now? Has anybody seen it? Is it good? I kind of want to just like start that show and watch it from the beginning and watch all of it. He then countered that since we were colleagues, it'd be nice to be able to keep in touch on social media. I tried the path of least resistance and told him I'd check my Insta the first chance I got, but then instead of leaving me alone, he started asking about my phone number and why I wasn't answering my phone. I had to tell him I got a new number and hadn't memorized it yet, but he smelled the lie in an instant. And in that moment, the way he looked at me chilled me to the bone. Upon detecting the lie, the smile was immediately wiped from his face. He went cheerful and warm to frighteningly cold, and it took just a second for it to happen. I started to feel very unsafe around him, and he said the calls weren't connecting, but the little robotic voice didn't say the number wasn't in service. It said the person wasn't available, and apparently my now not so shite. Fucking shite. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, Ghost? How we doing? Joel equals 1990 or under, I'm guessing. Nothing wrong with that. Really? How would you be able to guess the year that I was born from just my name? Or are you just messing around? Doing a little bit of a joke. Joel's 50. I'll be 50 one day, honestly. I figure it'll be like way faster than I realize. No big deal. Not a big deal being old. Yeah. When I'm turned 50, I'll turn into Leonardo. Lynn, thank you for the gifters on your birthday to me. Welcome Susie, Catbird, The Black Parade, Double Agent X1, and Sheila Taylor to the Buttersock Cult. Be sure to thank the birthday girl, Lynn. So I'm younger than 30. I'm not. I'm 34. 1990. June. I worked a birthday party today. It was interesting. Oh, are you a server, Liz? You don't have to say if you don't want to. I guess you said it was hell. Or was it you that said that, or somebody else? How do I gift a subscription? Oh, let's see. Where is that at? Oh, yeah, dude. I forgot that I do that, too. Whenever I make a mistake in a story. You guys, nobody said anything for a while. Interesting. Wait, this doesn't even work. Super chat? That's weird. Super chat works, but the membership stickers? The stickers work? Bro, what? Oh, wait. I'm dumb. I clicked the wrong thing. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. There you go. Boom. Welcome Chelino, Mir Spellman, So Long Dental Plan, or no, Gretchen Kylie, Riley Marshall, and Sherry Ferguson. He's definitely in his 30s, though. I remember a few years ago he said he was 32. Well, guess what? I got a little bit older from then. I don't even know. Like, being in your 30s is weird because you're like, what the fuck do you even do? And I'm like, having kids would be sick, I guess, like in the sense of like giving you a certain sense of like purpose and direction in life. But then I also see people who have kids and it's like, they're like, I remember life before hell. You know, you see the memes of being able to get more than 2 hours of sleep. But I guess if you're going to have it, you might as well just like lock in and do it and know that you're going to do it. Doing a lasagna B-Day party next year. That actually would be sweet. Just bake a whole ass lasagna and eat that on stream. It'd be a little bit easier than an entire thing of whiskey. You gotta make sure you're a kids type of person. I definitely am, you know, I think they're really funny and they say the darndest shit. But I also am not someone who operates very good on little sleep without like going a little cuckoo for Cocoa Poops. What if Joel looks like Brendan Fraser in the movie The Whale? It's kind of, you know, that's what I'm going for. Mix that with Jabba the Hutt, Jabba the Slut, Pizza the Hut. Get a cat. I have a cat. He's a good little boy. Get another cat. Just keep getting them. Hey, Leighton, how you doing, dude? I feel physically ill when I don't get it. I know, dude. And it's one of the greatest effectors of your mental health is lack of sleep. The people who don't get it and like still are like nice people, those people are born different, bro. They are born under the angelic sign of sweetheart. He said the calls weren't connecting, but that the little robotic voice didn't say the number wasn't in service. It said the person wasn't available, and apparently my now not-so-cheerful stalker understood the difference. He started asking if I'd blocked his phone number, and then before I could even answer, he asked, "Why did you do that? What have I ever done to upset you so much that you'd block my number?" I tried to dig myself out of the situation as best I could by giving the sunniest, most non-confrontational answer possible, most of which involved me claiming that I essentially was a ditzy airhead who barely knew how Instagram or phone carriers even worked. But that wasn't good enough for him. He kept asking why, and how, and what questions, sometimes without even letting my answer go from the previous, and in the end, I completely lost my rag and I went mental on him. I told him I wasn't into him, and that he should have gotten the message weeks ago, and that he needed to leave me alone or I'm going to HR, without telling him it'd be for the second time. He gave a bit more mouth, asking if I was messing around, and if I was really that petty. But he knew what he was doing. I'd rejected him, and now he wanted to shame me. It's a dance as old as time, really. Only after he was satisfied with berating me did he relent and walk away, but the damage had been done. I know that might sound a bit overly sensitive, and I absolutely hate any kind of conflict, and I find myself welling up with tears every time the adrenaline starts to subside, and that incident was no exception. It might sound naive in retrospect, but after that, I really did think it was all over. I tried to be strong, but I think all my stalker saw was weakness, and now I know his little car park confrontation is only the beginning of what he had in store for me. He was quiet for a while, my stalker, I mean. He stayed away from me at work, and whenever we did run into one another, he didn't even acknowledge my presence. And it suited me, but I could tell he felt severely humiliated. But to be brutally honest, I didn't care. I wish he'd taken the hint way back when he first started asking me out, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, isn't it? And the point is, I thought it was over. I thought he'd finally leave me alone, but he hasn't. And now it's only gotten worse. Last week, I woke up in the middle of the night to a text on my phone. I also needed to wee, so while I was there, I checked the notification to see who it was from and saw it was from an unknown number. I was half asleep when I first started reading it, but by the time I was maybe 2 or 3 lines in, my heart was pounding. The text was from my stalker, and it said something along the lines of, "Hey, my name. I think I'm parked next to your car. Do you live at my address? Because I swear it's your car I'm parked next to. What are the chances, huh?" He even sent a picture just to make sure that I knew that he hadn't made some kind of mistake or was just messing with me as revenge for scolding him. My heart was in my throat again. I was wide awake. 1,000 million different questions all running through my head at once, with the primary one being, how the hell did he find me? My overarching theory is that he followed me home. He obviously got himself a car, didn't he? And obviously with me not talking to him, there was no way of me knowing that he'd bought one. He could have followed me home, been right behind me the whole time, and unless I really looked into my rear view to see who the drivers behind me were, there's no way I'd have known that he was following. I think I'd have figured that part out. The only thing I can't figure out is what to do next. I know this might be too much of an ask, but is it possible you could read this out? Let your listeners know what I'm going through right now, and then they could give me maybe their best advice in the comments. And I'm not talking about legal stuff either, because I have absolutely no faith in the police to be able to keep me safe. I also don't think moving back in with my parents is an option, because they live within 5 minutes drive of the place we work, and I don't want my car sitting outside their place on the off chance my stalker spots it, and then knows where they live too. I'm more than willing to quit the place where I work, and I think that's probably what I'm going to do the first available opportunity. But I just want to know if anyone else has had this same issue, doesn't have faith in the police to put a stop to it, and ended up doing something that, I don't know, made it all go away. Also, my dad's not around anymore, but I really don't want to tell my brother about this, because if I do, he'll probably just end up going to prison. I just know he will. And I say that because people are inevitably going to ask, why don't you get your dad or other male relatives involved? And the short answer to that is, I don't have any. I know this probably wasn't the scariest thing you've ever read, and I feel a bit weird sending it to you when there's people who's legit nearly died in the experiences they tell you about. But please, when I say I'm really scared, I mean it from the bottom of my soul. I'm scared this isn't going to be something I laugh about in 10 or 15 years, that obsessive admirer I roll my eyes about when my future husband reminds me of it. I'm scared this is going to be the last chapter of my short life. This guy is escalating, and I really will try anything to make it stop, because there's only one way these things end if that escalation doesn't stop. And I'm scared I don't think I can even bring myself to say what that end result might be. Zam! I sound small, that's funny. I'm a little elf. Hey guys, welcome back to Let's Read. Be sure to check under your bed for a present I left for you. What's up, Kitsune? How you doing? It's a pipe bomb. Okay. Alright, well, we're schmoving, we're grooming. We're booming, we're looming. Creepy stories. Oh, when I was 22, so it seems like a lifetime. Oh, look at that, Pennsylvania. Pencil Turkey. Since my tooth was removed, scared I might have dry socket, gonna call my dentist tomorrow. Oh shit. Are you shadow banned? You are not. What's up, dude? What else is new? Anything cool happening to anybody out there? Would you rather be a police dispatcher for 48 hours straight or wait busy tables for 24 hours straight? Police dispatcher. I guess maybe the dispatcher, honestly. Waiting tables for 24 hours. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how busy it is. You said busy tables. I have no clue. I don't even think these are equivalents, to be honest with you. I don't even know if I can stay up for 48 hours, especially like doing stuff. Chick-fil-A busy. Oh my god. But they don't have waiting tables in there. They just have the people out front who say, "My pleasure." And if they don't say "my pleasure," they get taken away in a black van. Are these real stories? They are. Real as Sasquatch. But if Sasquatch was like the president. All right. When I was 22, so what seems like a lifetime ago now, I landed myself a security job at a steel plant here in Pennsylvania. It was a pretty easy gig for the most part, but there were a lot of overnight shifts, and depending on who you were working with, those shifts could either suck or be a whole lot of fun. I've been working there for about a year with the same team the whole time when, one day, one of the senior guys announced that he was throwing in the towel. He was moving someplace else to be closer to his family, so naturally, the boss needed to replace him. We hope that... I jumped 2 words too fast there. Wendigo stories, right? Meow. Yeah, let me find some. Let me dig through the archives. Through the stacks. We all hoped the replacement would be a good guy and a decent worker, but what we got was a guy named Parker. A decent worker who seemed to have all the personality traits of a serial killer. We first met Parker on day shifts because you had to complete your probation period before you were allowed to work nights. He was about 6 feet tall with dark eyes, close-cropped dark hair, and a rough beard. He also had a weird scar on the right side of his neck, like where a patch of skin was paler, pinker, and shinier than the rest. Then, whenever he took his gloves off, you could see that he had the same patches of deep pink scar tissue on the outside of his fingers, like near his knuckles. We figured that he'd been in some kind of accident, like a bad car wreck or something, but since it's not polite to bring that kind of stuff up, no one ever asked him. But then it wasn't Parker's scars that freaked us out. It was the way he acted. He was quiet, really quiet, and whenever he did speak, it was like English was a second language to him. A second language. I still see a zombie head behind your left antler and the little blue color and branches, twisted trees. Where left? Oh, wait. Top right or? Zombie. Oh, I see. Yeah, there is a little creepy face there, kind of. Also, Zero, Snow, sorry, I call you Zero. Snow, I emailed you just before the stream because I was like, because I responded and then it dawned on me that you would probably prefer email, so I did that. So yeah, definitely would love to chat more about commissions and ideas and stuff. So thank you again. Laloni Tazuka with the 2 says, thanks for keeping me entertained while I draw. You're welcome. What are you drawing lately? You have major scarring in your ears. Is that from wrestling? Scarring in my eye from my brother pushing me off a dock at a lake. Oh man. It's the worst when you get it from getting sibling scars. And Susie, thank you for the 6s. You're amazing. You're amazing, Susie. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Can I draw a gnome? I could try drawing. I used to be pretty good at drawing back in the day, honestly. It's been a long time, though. I guess it would come back to me pretty fast, probably. I think, actually, on my Instagram, did I post my drawings? I mean, it's kind of stupid to go back on that stuff that's been around for so long. But I guess that was my peak drawing capabilities back when I was into it.
These are a bunch of wood chips.
Oops. Let's see. Going back. Man. I don't understand what I was doing for years, just like posting the thumbnails to videos. Because clearly, I mean, like, I guess it does let people know that a new video has come out, but I guess it's not really what Instagram is used for. It's supposed to be like your personal life or some shit, unless you like specifically make content on it. Contento. Whatever. Probably never gonna find it. But deep in the recesses of Instagram, there are some drawings on there, I think. Susie, thank you again. And Leighton, thank you for the 10. Thank you. Used to draw psychedelic landscapes instead of paying attention in class. Yeah, what else is there to do, honestly? I think you could use Insta that way. It doesn't have to be so personal. I guess it's true. I think it was kind of exhaustive to people, because like eventually it started out with like likes, but then I think people just didn't care, because it wasn't like I was posting, hey, check out this thumbnail that I made that was my artistic representation or something. It was just sort of like, hey, new video. And I don't know. It just becomes like spam. Sorrows. Thank you for the 35 months. Where's my beef jerky? I don't know. I don't know. I ate it all. What's my Insta? It is letsread.official. Sometimes I post good stuff on the stories there, but I don't have a whole lot to say, to be honest with you, sometimes. Okay. Did I eat food today? I did, yeah. I had a lot of food, honestly. I had a lot of food yesterday as well. He was quiet, real quiet, and whenever he did speak, it was like damn. Norferatu with the 5 for funsies. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. He was quiet, real quiet, and whenever he did speak, it was like English was a second language to him. He had a real distinct northeastern Pennsylvania. Ah, man, I don't know why the fuck I'm like struggling here. My mom loves me. Oh, thank you. She is a very sweet human being. Probably the most sweetest. My mom loves you too? What the hell? I wouldn't be surprised. She loves everyone. Pro tip, if you learn to read using King James or thereabouts, you will sound like an alien. That's how you learned. Your parents gave you the King James Bible and said, figure it out. What's up, Soda? He had a distinct northeastern Pennsylvania accent, and by that I mean like Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and the Poconos, that kind of area. But then when he spoke, it was like he was fretting over every little syllable. He'd talk like this, as if stressing over every little word. He'd get real jumpy sometimes, too, like a skittish horse, and he wouldn't scream and dive under the table anytime he'd... Fuck me. I don't know why I'm struggling with this fucking one. Susie with the 12 says your voice is like the cold side of the pillow. The best side. The dark side of the moon. Thank you, Susie. Appreciate you. I solved your insomnia. That's good. I don't know. It's crazy to think, like, some people... I remember hearing somebody in the past say, like, they would use medication and then they listen to my stories and would just get knocked out. They would crash out, as they say. He wouldn't scream and dive under the table any time he heard a loud noise, and we guarded a steel plant, so in the daytimes there were many, but you could see him subtly flinch or spin his head around any time something took him by surprise. The guy seemed like a total ball of nerves, and the fellas even joked that he might kill a man if he snuck up on him and spooked him bad enough. But then at the same time, he was a good worker, so while we remained fairly cautious, we eventually accepted him as one of us. About 6 months into Parker working with us, I found out that I'd be working with him for a whole week's worth of night shifts. Just me, him, and a supervisor. Needless to say, I was not looking forward to that. Our super would be in the security office watching cameras and stuffing his face with little pies, but it'd be up to me and Parker to patrol the grounds of the plant on foot. And like I said before, if you were with the right crew, nights could be a doozy. You'd walk around talking about the birds or the flyers, just shooting the breeze and all of that. And then with Parker, I got the feeling that the conversation wasn't exactly going to flow, and the idea of walking around at night with that buttoned-down psycho felt more of a risk than chasing junkies off the site. And all in all, it came down to 2 options. Work the shifts, or lose out on nope. Would you rather work at Chick-fil-A for life as a drive-thru or McDonald's manager? I don't even know, dude. I should do ASMR. I do. I have an ASMR channel where I uploaded 4 videos, but that's the only ones you need. Let's read ASMR. After I posted those, everyone in the ASMR community left a comment and messaged me saying, "Hey, you don't need to make any more videos. You capped out. You made the only ones we need to fall asleep and chill and jerk off or whatever for the rest of our lives. You're good." I said, "Thanks, guys. I'll stop now." Would you rather be a hot woman or an old hot woman? Well, I guess the old one had to be young at one point, right? So I guess you get to be both. Do I get baked? I do not, no. I do like baked goods, though, from time to time. All in all, it came down to 2 options. Work the shifts or lose out on pay. And so I worked them. I wish I could say working those nights with Parker was like a buddy cop movie or something of that nature, that we slowly warmed up to one another, and we've been pals ever since. But that was not the case. Whenever Parker was sitting in total silence, staring off into space like he was watching a movie no one else could see, he'd be muttering to himself. He'd mostly only do it when he thought no one was around, but I caught him doing it once or twice, and when I did, he sounded like he was real angry about something. And that's what got all of us thinking that he really was some kind of ticking time bomb, the kind of guy to just snap one day and go total postal. Go totally postal. Nom, 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 nom. Damn it. I got a new work crush. He is very autistic and I'm in love with him. How autistic we talking? And that's what got us all thinking he really was some kind of ticking time bomb. The kind of guy to just snap one day and go totally postal. Naturally, no one wanted to be around him when he did, and when I said that I tried to cozy up to him a little so that he might just skip over shooting me when he finally did bring a gun to work, I'm really only half joking with you. The second night shift we worked together, we were walking around the plant's perimeter fence when I decided to ask Parker what he did before security. And he didn't tell me much, but he did mention having worked for a company that didn't have his back after he got hurt, so he moved on, and that's how he ended up working security. I told him he should just lawyer up and that he could probably win millions if it was some kind of industrial accident, but he told me it wasn't like that, and that the best thing he could have done is just move on. Whatever it was, from the way Parker talked about it, it sounded bad, and with me not being a total jerk, I asked him nothing more about it and changed the subject as quickly as I could. Parker didn't follow any sports, he wasn't into movies like me and some of the other guys there, and he didn't drink, he didn't smoke, and he didn't have any wife or kids or girlfriend. And it got to the point where I asked him, well, what the hell do you do when you're not at work? And he told me he either worked out, worked on his car, or read books. I asked him what kind of books he read, and he started talking about a bunch of old Russian guys whose names I can't even pretend to remember or spell. I've never been much of a reader, and the last thing I read was Huck Finn back in high school. Parker didn't strike me as much of a reader either, so to hear him talking all fancy like that, it was kind of surprising. He finally managed to find a topic of mutual interests in automobiles, and after Parker told me that he had a 2006 Pontiac GTO, that was all we talked about for the rest of the shift. It was the most conversation any of us had ever had with him, and to me, it was a sign that he was going to show up and... Doesn't make a lot of eye contact and is very monotone, but he's funny and nice. I can just tell, because real recognizes real, you know. For sure. Have you seen King of New York? No, what's that? It was the most conversation any of us had ever had with him, and to me, it was a sign he wasn't going to show up in a hockey mask one day and start chopping us all up with a machete. That's what I told my supervisor, too, when he asked how working with Parker had been come the end of the shift. I relayed everything I'd been told about Parker getting hurt at the previous job and how, in spite of him not giving me much detail, I felt I had a rough idea of what had happened. I said I had no doubt whatsoever that Parker had a messed up past, but that I figured that he was way more of a threat to his former associates than he was to us. And it turns out I was right about that in ways that I could never imagine. On the fourth of what was supposed to be 5 night shifts together, Parker and I stopped by the guard shack by the main entrance for some coffee. It must have been around 1:30 in the morning. It had been a real quiet night, and I planned on working my way through a bag of those mini powdered donuts before we got back on our feet again. I was sitting at the little desk where we kept the logbook, reading through a copy of the previous day's papers someone had left behind while Parker was standing by the shack's window, staring out into the darkness and muttering to himself. 48 hours before, I'd have found I'd have found. Have you heard the story of Luke the Man? I have not. What's that about? One time my ex-boyfriend worked at Wendy's and he gave me an entire bag full of fries. That actually sounds awesome. They should just offer that at Wendy's. Just fill an entire bag with like fresh fries. How is that not an option more so at restaurants? I guess they kind of do that at Five Guys, don't they? Just like fill all the empty space in your bag with French fries. Japan has potato parties where they order lots of fries. That sounds pretty good. Oh yeah, does Wendy's have like a fucking Krabby Patty right now with SpongeBob? And has anybody gotten it? Was it good? How many stories? This is story 3 of 4, but I think the final one is like super, super long. The story of Luke the Man, a classic Andrew Tate rant. Alright, let's hear it. Let's rate the rant. "48 hours before, I'd have found that kind of behavior creepy, but it's amazing how quickly you get used to a person's quirks after working a couple of 12-hour night shifts with them. He could stare off into space, mutter to himself a little, and I didn't think it was normal by any stretch, but it didn't freak me out as much as it did when I first met him. But what did freak me out was when out of nowhere, Parker told me, 'There's something coming up the road.' We never got anyone coming up that road at night, not unless it was someone from security, but they always called ahead. But what was even stranger was when I looked up and saw absolutely nothing on the road outside the shack. Now, keeping in mind that I'm looking for headlights, so when I don't see any, I'm assuming that there's nothing. I also kind of assumed that, I don't know, Parker was just being a little overzealous on account of how jumpy he always was. It wouldn't be the first time that he acted like that and made a mountain out of a molehill, but the boss liked it and said that we should all act a little bit more like that. And so I look up, see nothing, and I respond, 'Are you sure, buddy? Because I don't see nothing out there.' Parker then says something in response. 'They got headlights switched off, but there's something there, all right.' And then no sooner had he said that, when the headlights of what looked like a truck or a van switched on so bright that it was almost blinding. I was halfway through yelling out something just like, 'Who the hell are those guys?' when Parker turned, and with this real angry look on his face, he comes lunging across the shack at me. I backed up, asking what the hell he was thinking, but he didn't stop. He ran, lowered his body like some football player about to tackle me, and wham! He took me down so hard it knocked the wind out of me, and even though I was fighting for my life, I didn't stand a chance of overpowering him. I had flashes of thoughts running through my mind, stuff about an inside job, about how Parker was a plant and that he was about to kill me to keep me quiet. Hell knows what heist a team would want from a steel plant, but I guess I wasn't thinking straight at the time. This also took place over the space of a couple of seconds, too. Like the lights came on, Parker turned and tackled me, then I'm right about... Motherfucker. I don't know why I can't, like, when it's so, like, informal. It's so strange. Wubba lubba dub dub. I need a job, bro. I need to buy me a cart. Give me a fucking Fent cart, bro. Like the lights came on, Parker turned and tackled me. Then I'm right about to yell, "What are you doing?" when the whole goddamn shack exploded in a shower of glass and sparks. I could hear automatic weapons, maybe half a dozen of them, all slinging lead at the shack, this sort of daka 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 daka. The glass came in first, but after that, you could hear ricochets and see sparks before a bullet hit the light above our heads and plunged the shack into darkness before showering us with even more broken glass. Parker is on top of me the whole time, but obviously by then I realized why he'd taken me to the ground, and I'd quit trying to struggle. He didn't want to hurt me, very much the opposite, in fact. The guy I once thought might end up going postal on us was trying to save my life. The gunfire was over in a couple of seconds, and I know it's a huge cliche at this point, but it did feel like way longer. But then the second it went quiet, Parker rolled off of me and then scurried out of the shack at a bit of a crouching position. I wanted to follow him, and I wanted to get up and run, but my legs just wouldn't let me. All I could think about was whatever automatic weapons they had outside and how if I stood up, they'd put as much lead in me as you could shave my... They'd put so much lead in me you could shave... Okay. God damn it. Dude, what is happening? Where in Pennsylvania did they use automatic weapons? Did that happen? Yeah, I have no fucking clue. Let's go autism? Question mark. Autistic people love automatic weapons. All I could think about was whatever automatic weapons they had outside, and how if I stood up, they'd put so much lead in me that you could shave my head and use me as a pencil. I wasn't certified to carry a weapon yet, but Parker had shown me... God damn it. I wasn't certified... I don't know why this one's been so fucking rough to try to, make it through. I wasn't certified to carry a weapon yet, but Parker had shown up certified, which I guess is half the reason he got the job. So while I was armed with nothing but my flashlight and some pepper spray, he'd gone running off carrying our only weapon. I knew whatever brief window I had to escape the shack was gone. Parker had seemed to recognize that the guys outside were reloading and had ducked out of the shack before they had a chance to open fire again. I figured that meant that I had seconds before another hellstorm of bullets ripped through the shack, and potentially me too, but then got up and ran, and I'd let something solid to... What the fuck is this saying? And I figured that meant I had seconds before... When did this happen, bro? I have never heard about any fucking steel mill in Pennsylvania getting ripped apart by automatic fucking gunfire. What is happening? Turned into Iraq out of nowhere. Bullets ripping through the shack, and potentially me too, but then get up and run, and I'd give... Okay. I figured that meant that I had seconds before another hellstorm of bullets ripped through the shack, and potentially me too, but then get up and run, and I'd give them something solid to aim at, and I'd be totally screwed, not just partially. And so I waited, and waited, half expecting that sound to return again of gunfire and for my lights to go out, but they didn't. And the only thing I heard was the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer to the shack. And like I said before, I had nothing but my pepper spray, but I knew that I had to do something, or whoever was out there was going to walk inside and finish me off. And so I did the only thing I could think to do, and start making a lot of noise. I started yelling about how if they took one step closer, I was going to open up with my shotgun, and how even though I wouldn't be able to take all of them out, at least one of them was going to die. And the footsteps suddenly stopped. There wasn't a moment of silence, and then I heard a voice. There was a moment of silence. Motherfucker. This, what? Was there a steel mill in Pennsylvania shot by automatic weapons? Yes, there was an incident at the Bethlehem Steel Mill in Pennsylvania where shots from automatic weapons were fired in 1980 during a violent labor dispute at the Bethlehem Steel Mill. There was a series of shootings involving automatic weapons, Molotov cocktails, and other violent tactics. Interesting. I wonder if... Is this it? I don't know why. It just the way the person is typing it or writing it sounds like they're way younger for some reason than 1980. Or it sounds like way more recent, I guess. I don't know. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and there was a moment of silence, and then I heard a voice. It sounded like a man who smoked exhaust pipes and ate gravel for breakfast, and when he spoke, he didn't sound mad or scared. He sounded almost smug, asking, "Where's McCabe?" To which I obviously responded, "Who's McCabe?" We didn't have anyone by that name working for us, so you can bet your ass I let them know that lickety-split. And I told them there was no McCabe there, and that's who they were looking for. They'd risked 100 years in prison for absolutely nothing, because whoever that was not here. There was another pause, and then the guy said something like, "I know he's there. I respect you trying to protect him, but it's going to get you killed. And a piece of shit like that isn't worth dying over." I had to tell him a second time that I had exactly zero clue what he was talking about, and that no one had to die because they made a dumb mistake. There was another pause, and I heard the dudes outside sort of whispering to one another, but I couldn't make it out. Then the other guy who smoked exhaust pipes said, "All right, you got to count of 3 to tell us where McCabe is, then we're coming in to kill you." And after that, he started his countdown. After 3, I told him that there was no point in killing me, and all he said in response was 2. And at that, I started thinking that maybe I could dive out of the broken window as they started approaching, and then I could use the shack as cover for a few seconds to run off into the night. The guy shouted 1, and I was thinking, okay, I need to clear this window in 1 try or I'm dead. And then the guy shouted, "All right, we're..." And that's all I heard, because whatever his next word, it was drowned up by the sound of more gunfire. I heard maybe 9 or 10 shots, and then someone screamed before some fired again. I was so scared I thought that they were just shooting up the shack again, and instead of actually risking safety to get inside the shack to kill me, they were just going to empty their bullets into it again in the hopes that a shot went through and hit me. But then I very quickly realized nothing was hitting the shack. All the shooting was directed at something else outside. I knew that was my golden opportunity to run, but when it came to standing up again, I knew it was just too much of a risk while there were bullets in the air. I had to stay put, wait for the shooting to stop, and then wait for a moment. But literally no sooner than the shooting did stop, I heard footsteps sprinting over to the shack, before suddenly, Parker was standing in front of me, pistol in hand, and this absolute psycho kind of look on his face. He barks at me, "Get out of here! There'll be more of them coming!" I don't know what it was about him telling me all of that, but all of a sudden, my legs suddenly remembered how to work again. I didn't thank him. I didn't ask any questions. I just ran full speed towards the plant's security office to take shelter there. There was a chance our super had seen what was happening, but there was also a chance that he hadn't either, so I needed to get there ASAP to make sure the cops got there ASAP too. And now, long story short, we watched the cameras the whole time till the cops do show up, but all we see is the shack all shot up and the headlights of whatever vehicle the shooters had approached in. Parker, or McCabe, whatever you want to call him, was nowhere to be found, nor to my knowledge did he ever resurface. Our boss handed over all his paperwork to the cops, every last scrap that we had to go on, and they came back and told us all of it was false. The only thing that was real was Parker's face, and that it did indeed match a guy named McCabe. What the fuck? How did I feel about the dude that choked that kid in the previous video? It was pretty fucked up. Especially since he seemed like he relished in the moment or whatever. The only thing that was real was Parker's face, and that it did match a guy named McCabe's who used to be part of some prison gang until his relationship with his associates soured for some reason. And that's all the explanation we ever got, and as far as I know, Parker, or McCabe, is still on the run. I don't know what he did to piss those guys off so much, but I know they made a mistake coming after him like that. A mistake they paid with their lives. They came to kill him with machine guns. I don't know what the fuck that story was, bro. Was that the Bethlehem steel mill? Did it even say? Security job at a steel plant here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah, when I was 22, so what seems like a lifetime ago. Yeah, if that was in 1980, insinuating it was a long time ago. Hey, Sarah, what's up? Yeah, I'm McCabe. I get a little jittery sometimes. Alright, did we read that? Yeah, we read that. Wait, did I read the final thing? Yeah, Pennsylvania is pretty much the Wild West out here. Also, do you think they would get rid of income tax? That'd be so fucking insane in like the realm of politics. Did you guys hear about that? Removing income tax. It's time the U.S. abolished the income tax. Like, is that something they could actually pull off? I feel like out of all the things that would never be able to be pulled off, would be fucking income tax. There's too many people that want to fucking drain everybody. Carly, welcome back for 34 months. Hey, Daddy Joe, what's up? What is good? Yeah, I feel like it would be impossible. I don't know. I just think about like how inefficient the government is. If you were to remove, let's see. Okay. Let's do a chat GDP hypothetical. If you removed the income tax, what would that stop funding, or would that be a good thing? Question mark. But pretend you're Politico, the magazine. All right, we got social programs and defense and national security, infrastructure and public works, education and research, environmental programs, debt servicing. Potential benefits, though: more disposable income for citizens, economic stimulus, simplified tax system, potential challenges and solutions, funding gaps, economic inequality, risk of instability. Yeah, I guess that would be, I mean, all of those like publicly funded things, like especially, I don't know, I can't imagine like defense and national security. Those kind of places I imagine kind of run the nation in like a secret way. I could never imagine them seeing that money being taken away and being like, sure, if it helps the middle class, why the heck not? How much money does the U.S. government pull in each year from income tax? Question mark. $2.5 trillion from individual income taxes, accounting for about 50% of its total revenue. Corporate income taxes contribute to additional $0.5 trillion, making up roughly 9.4% total revenue. Combined income tax from individuals and corporations constitute nearly 6% of the federal government's revenue for that year. Interesting. Will make the government go broke. I don't know, though. It does make you wonder if the population had the majority of the money in their control. What would that look like? Forget about income tax. What about healthcare and education? Well, I imagine like healthcare and education would be directly tied to, obviously, taxation from the income tax. You know what I mean? But exactly how that pans out, I don't really know. But I sometimes wonder if things would be a little bit more efficient if it was all existed within the private sector and not like you know, if you sort of incentivized it by people thinking creatively and efficiently, as opposed to just like the sort of mob mentality of like taking your money by gunpoint via government. No income tax is nice, but it feels like when the class president says they're going to give cookies for lunch, yeah, that definitely is something that, yeah, there's no way that that would be able to be kept as a promise. You almost can't expect it. Silly question, does this whole YouTube thing make your taxes easier or more difficult? I assume you're technically a freelancer. It makes it more difficult because, you know, with whenever you're getting a pay stub from your work, like they've already kind of got it figured out and take most of your taxes out for you, or it goes towards your health insurance or all that other kind of stuff. But so then you can just kind of like hand those pay stubs either to a CPA or do it yourself or whatever if you're good at it, which I don't imagine it takes too much if you just got one single pay stub and limited investments or whatever. But whenever whenever you're independently funded, it's like you have to allocate all that money to the side and pay your taxes quarterly as like a business or whatever. So you always have to make sure that you have money available and it's not tied up somewhere else so you can pay your taxes, which most of it after like doing it for so many years is just based on like estimations. Yeah, you gotta hoard your pennies. Exactly. Tips or cash. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'd never want to go to a cashless society, because I don't know, cash is just nice. I mean, would it be beneficial? Would it do you see like less I don't know, drug trade in Australia whenever they don't have cash? David, thank you for the 2. Crap, sorry. I don't remember if I read this last sentence here. I don't know what he did to piss those guys off so much, but I know they made a mistake coming after him like that. A mistake they paid for with their lives. Can we reasonably bring back bartering? I mean, yeah, I guess on like the micro level, like if you were to go to a pawn shop or go to a fucking tax the poor. Exactly, Jensen. Eat them too. Literally turn them into sausage. But yeah, you can, I mean, if you went to a yard sale or something, I'm sure you can barter. Or maybe you can barter with like a used car salesman. Cashless equals government can cut you off anytime for whatever reason. Yeah. I don't know. Eat the poor, eat the rich. What about what about eating dogs? Can we eat dogs? Speaking of eating, I have some noodles here. Eat the bugs. Eat the middle class. Scary Rocket League stories. Sam, I saw a video recently. It was kind of a low-key video, not a lot of views, but it was saying that a lot of people on Rocket League are cheating because they're like teaching AI bots how to like play the game and then just like ranking up really fast by having bots play for them. Obama. You all my friend now? We're all friends here. Best of friends forever. Red velvet cake, Beatles, the same thing. Is like red number 40 made with like beetle wings specifically. Is YouTube sustainable for you as a part-time? Yeah, YouTube's my main gig. Honestly, I would say if you can like get to 1 million views on YouTube a month, I think you're doing pretty good, honestly. At least in the sense of like considering it sustainable. But I guess that also depends on like your CPM, like how much advertisements are rated on your videos. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cat. Eating the dogs. Eating the cat. You know, I got these things called Bangkok noodles. It was so fucking good. I love just like stir fry shit with noodles. I'm almost done. This last bite. No, they're not really. Well, yeah, they're not really spicy. I'm not even sure what you would call them. Spicy. Yeah. We've transitioned fully to ASMR. Wonder what like the. Because you remember like ASMR was like one of the big fucking. Yeah, savory is a good word. Bloody spicy. On YouTube, there's like different trends that people try to jump on. Yeah, I'm pretty much Nikocado. I'm trying to get up to 360 and drop down. It'd be two scoops ahead, just like Joe Biden. Yeah, I like spice. All things spicy and flavorful. Fizzy drink. Have you seen that violent ASMR? A guy in a Spidey mask would stare off calm and throw a metal pot over the mic and start whacking with a spoon. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that there's like sort of absurd ASMR stuff, as that's kind of been around forever. Just like abusing your ear holes, but I don't know. Are you guys gonna start a channel? Oh yeah, it's how to basic. Holly W, thank you for the 2. What would be interesting to even start? Because like all the shit that I see anymore is just like channels being like, Dragon Age Veilguard, it's failed us. It's let us down. The world is collapsing on itself. Everything's gone woke. It's woke crap. It stinks and it smells. It's crappy poop. Oh, the conservatives are killing babies. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like always just hyperbolic. Every fucking person who's growing on YouTube right now, it's like hyperbolic. I mean, I guess it's how it's always been. Like, what the fuck am I, what am I talking about? It's always been clickbait bullshit, But, I mean, maybe it's because I'm not within, like, various niche circles of YouTube to really see, like, growth external from what is shown to me in my algorithm. But I don't know. I'm just curious, like, what's popping off right now. Susie with a 6. The raspiness in your voice is so soothing. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm doing my best. All fear-mongering. Yeah, everything's... You gotta be scared. Before you start your day, you gotta be certifiably terrified. You cannot walk outside without imagining that everyone around you is gonna rip out your unborn baby. I was gonna rip your model and read public domain books in a nice voice and call it Mommy Reads. You definitely could. And then, like, as time goes on, you can expand to Reddit posts or maybe happy this shit. What the fuck? What about burps? Is that a big thing? Alright, one more sip. They're eating the frogs. They're burping the frogs. They're cutting the legs off of the frogs. They're putting them in a soup. They're taking the eyes of a newt. They're making a witch's brew. These aren't any typical witches. These ones can fly in the air. They've got monkeys with wings. They'll come after you. If you're anywhere near the Yellow Brick Road, sayonara. All right. We got a long one here. A biggin. A biggin is what they say in Pennsylvania. The Gutenberg Project. Have you seen David Blaine's frog magic trick, the one where he burps out little frogs? No, but that sounds like sorcery, and he should be locked up and dunked in water to make sure that he's not some type of demon. All right. Any good video games coming out? Guys, I need something to do with my life. I need to do something with my life. Something new, something exciting. I don't know what it is. Also, this place has a word I've not heard. Winchcombe. Winchcombe. Would you do any urbex or abandoned places exploring? I think I would. I read a lot of stories. I know to wear, like, knee pads. So in case you need to, like, get on your knees real quick and suck a homeless guy's dick to get out of a situation, you're fucking ready. But that's just what I've read online. It might have been written by a homeless guy. I don't know. Alright. Forvo, how do you... The scariest homeless guys. The most terrifying homeless men you've ever seen. They had gloves with the fingers cut out so they could claw your eyeballs out. Winchcombe, okay. He was from a town of Winchcombe. Travel to Afghanistan. Yeah, I could bike through it. I wanted to show everyone how peaceful it is there now. So I'm going to bike from the south all the way up into the mountains, hoping for the best, meeting the locals. My father is well, no, shit, I read that. Man, I've got hardcore dyslexia. Exploring an incinerator plant. That would be fascinating, to just be like a homeless guy and like living inside of like an old nuclear fallout base or an old plant, and just like knowing that like you are the scary thing that exists within inside this construct. You can try learning Blender and make your own backgrounds. That's actually would be sweet. Like, I look at that guy that did make the Vampire Survivor. I watched a little documentary from that one, what's it called? No Clip. Have you seen the No Clip documentaries? Hey, yummy. And they're good. The good documentaries, and it's just interesting. It definitely seems like he had quite a bit of, obviously, experience, both in learning how to program, but also working, getting his like first job working like with the Gamba games and all that kind of stuff, which, I don't know. I feel like if I made a game, I might have to make it a little bit Gamba-y. My name is Father Thomas, and I've been the parish. Oh, been with, okay. I feel like most people make the most, like, grammatical errors within their first paragraph of what they write, because sometimes, like, when you're reading over something, you just don't think to like check the first paragraph. How's little Pradeep? He's good. He currently seems to be making biscuits at my feet right now. Ashes of Creation. I've been in their alpha group for over a year now. Great MMO RPG. Interesting. I will have to check that out. I think, like, in a weird way, I have like this desire to like help fund and invest in an indie game, but then invest in it in a way that, like, if I believe in it and it actually does pop off, I'll get to be there at the beginning. And make $1 trillion. Can I do a backflip? I cannot. Nope. Not like I show speed. Been working with Echo Chess devs for a while now, and the devs for Laser Light Show. Yeah, maybe even just like connecting with them would be sick. You like money? Money is good. Money makes the world go round. You made more bread this weekend? Nice. What kind of bread do you make? Sourdough. Okay. Winchcombe. Sorry, guys. This one's gonna be a doozy. My name is Father Thomas, and I've been with the parish priest. The parish priest. Jesus fuck, why is it? I've been with the parish priest at St. Nicholas's Catholic Church here in Winchcombe for the past 3.5. Jesus, I can't even make it through the first fucking sentence. Susie, thank you again for the 6, as we're so far away, but thank you for the amazing stories that have been my company for years. You're welcome, Susie. Thank you so much. Thank you. The parish has perished. Okay, this one's about priests. You know it's gonna get quasi. My name is Father Thomas, and I've been with the parish priesthood at St. Wait, fuck, I read your thing, and I got confused for a second. Alright, it says Motherfucker, I don't even know what it says. Okay. I've been with the parish priesthood, right? The parish priesthood? You would assume it's priesthood, right? Why is it? Well, that's so weird. The first paragraph is like has all the mistakes. I hope it's not the rest of it as well. My name is Father Thomas, and I've been with the parish priesthood at St. Nicholas's... Maybe I'm just, like, out of it. My name is Father Thomas, and I've been with the parish priesthood at St. Nicholas's Catholic Church here in Winchcombe for the past 3.5 years. Winchcombe is a small town here in rural Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, right? Gloucestershire. My God. Winchcombe is a small town here in rural Gloucestershire, and about 5,000 people are very proud to call it home. It's about as quaint a rural English town as you've ever likely to find. It's about as quaint a rural English town as you're ever likely to find, with a beautiful village green. A beautiful village green. Is that a thing? With a beautiful village green. Is that like a garden? Why is it I don't understand in the UK. Sometimes it's like a whole nother fucking language. Animals would be free fed. Okay. God. It's so funny though, just like within the first fucking couples. My favorite type of Christmas cookie. I really like the peanut butter ones that have like the little Hershey's Kiss in the center. But really I just love anything peanut butter. Sometimes my neighbors will bring me an entire fucking tray of cookies. I feel so bad. That's about the extent that we've ever really spoken, is they just bring me cookies. Basically just to keep me at ease so I don't eat them, probably. It's about as quaint a rural English town as you're ever likely to find, with a beautiful village green, a trio of timelessly charming pubs, and even a 15th century Tudor castle on the town's outskirts. There's nowhere on earth I'd rather be living or serving God. But it's also true that Winchcombe has a historical... But it's also true that Winchcombe has a history steeped in strange and sometimes rather sinister occurrences. Visit the local museum and you'll be told that Winchcombe started life as a Roman... Started life? What the fuck? Visit the local museum and you'll be told that Winchcombe started life as a Roman hamlet around the middle of the 1st century, but about 3 miles to the southeast, atop a place called Cleve Hill, you'll find traces of a Neolithic burial ground that dates back 5,000 years. The area's inhabitants would take their dead to a chambered long barrel atop the hill, which was not only a place of reverence, but also a place of rite and ritual where the living could commune with the dead. There was a focus on collective memory and kinship, emphasizing the dead as part of a community rather than isolated individuals, and befitting my profession, that's something I find profoundly moving. Yet I've often wondered how much influence those ancestral spirits have today, or if the strange events I've observed around Winchcombe are the echoes of much more recent events. In the 16th century, scandal rocked a nearby monastery known as Hales Abbey, and for hundreds of years, the monastery has been home to a religious relic known as the Holy Blood, which consisted of an innate... That's crazy to think, like, every random priest area has, or monastery has, like, old relics, or, like, magical items. Just chilling. Oh, man. For hundreds of years, the monastery had been home to a religious relic known as the Holy Blood, which consisted of an ornately decorated wooden box containing a glass vial of Jesus Christ's blood. Supposedly, the vial had filled with the blood which dripped from Christ's feet during his crucifixion and had been delivered from the Holy Land by a crusading knight sometime in the 13th century. The knight claimed the relic had been given to him by the monks of a hermitage. Motherfucker, there's too many words in this. I hate learning. I hate expanding my mind and consuming new information. It's just not... Hermitage. It's just not healthy, you know? How I've been doing? I've been good, honestly. It gets dark really early, which sucks. My sleep schedule is fucked. But... yeah, that's about it. Do all churches need a relic to be an official church? That'd be interesting. You just have to, like, come up with something. You're like, I don't know. That's like Jesus's cat's litter box or something. Grab that. Jesus had a cat, and that was his favorite fucking toy. The Holy Mouse. The knight claimed that the relic had been given to him by the monks of a hermitage somewhere near the Dead Sea after defending its occupants against a Saracen raid. Man, every fucking... god damn it. Saracen. I just don't want to sound like a dummy pants saying... What is even a Saracen? A nomadic people. Oh no, that's all I need to hear. Would you ever write a book? Yeah, you know, that would be interesting, honestly. One thing I want to do is... I have an idea for a game. And it would be a pretty simple game, honestly. Susie, with another 12. Very, very kind. Says, grateful for you. Thankful for calming my thoughts every night. You're welcome. You are welcome. I'm glad you can calm those down. Thank you so much, Susie. Rando Calrissian. Alright. Okay, maybe they're not here, but I have an idea for a game. and mainly just it's gonna be very similar to Bloons Tower Defense, but it's gonna have a storyline. Oh, there you go, Snow. What's up, Snow? I have this idea for a game that I think actually would be pretty solid. It might not be as okay. It's gonna be this. You know how like okay, so we got Bloons Tower Defense. It's gonna be a tower defense game, right? I'm gonna give away my secrets here. I've probably talked about it before, but it doesn't matter. And honestly, if someone steals it and makes it a game, that's fine. That's totally fine. I think ideas should flow freely, and whoever makes it first should make it great. Yeah, gazebo defense. Yeah. It's gonna be a game about staying off my fucking property, you damn kids. No, it's a tower defense game but it's gonna have a storyline in vein of Five Nights at Freddy's, in the sense that it's gonna be like sort of like kids horror type stuff, right? So the idea, so like it can be like marketed in the sense that it has like a mysterious storyline that you kind of have to figure out or dive into, and people can like create viral videos trying to figure out the lore and uncover random bullshit. But the idea would be like almost like hyper simplistic, where in like the outskirts or maybe even the center of the town, some, you know, big wig, fat cat, rich person, you know, someone that everybody loves to hate, created a toy store that's 100 stories tall, and you as a kid and your family went to this toy store to explore it. You're on the top floor, right? But then it's closing hours, you know, it's 10 p.m. or whatever, and your family leaves, and you just get lost in the toy store and you stay behind. But then as the place closes, the only way you're like, oh fuck, my family left, but now you're like trapped there, and the only way that you can leave is you have to go through like the 100 floors down, or maybe 99 or whatever, with increasingly more difficult types of, what do you want to call it, like fucking just tower defense style maps, you know, that could obviously scale with difficulty and things of that nature. But like within the building you would have like rats similar to the monkeys from like Bloons Tower Defense, and then the creepy guy that runs the place, he would send like various like toys, whether it's like nutcrackers or like trains or toy soldiers and things of that nature, to like defeat you or overwhelm you or whatever it is. Yeah, it's essentially Home Alone 5. But yeah, I figured there could be like some dark storyline in the background where like this toy store used to exist or existed before, but I don't know, maybe it doubled as like an orphan, maybe it was an orphanage or something like that, and the guy's creepy. I don't know, he doesn't have to be like Jeffrey Epstein creepy, but it can just be like very weird, and he like burns the place down for fucking insurance money or something, yeah, and then the souls of the kids or something are like slaves that inhabit the toys to like fight for him or something, or maybe they're in the rats. I guess that would be kind of bad if they inhabited the rats. Can you make a horror game involving the gym? A gym? Yeah, I guess there could be a gym level or something like that. Or just, yeah, like you have to, it's like a game about like, you have to press a bunch of buttons to like do your lift, otherwise the weight like crushes you like ragdoll. That actually would be kind of funny. The toys ride the rats, yeah. Game actually sounds fun. I would love to get behind Toy Store After Hours in real life. Yeah, exactly. It would just be like the story would just be real simple, where it's told in just like singular comic frames or something, you know, kind of like action shots. It doesn't have to be like crazy animated in that sense. Each child becomes a pack of rats, their personalities split and fragmented. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of options or whatever, but you would, you know, and then maybe each level, or every like 5 levels or something, you unlock, but depending on how well you do on that level, if you earn like an S rating or whatever, you can progressively unlock, you know, like journal entries or something left by the kids to kind of uncover the lore of who the person is, things of that nature, you know, stuff like that. But you go on the treadmill and it goes super fast and flings you into the wall. Honestly, yeah, a gym game, like a gym video game that like uses funny ragdoll physics while you do like the mini games of doing the lifts and stuff would actually be hilarious. You have to steal the rat's eyes to set them free. Yeah. Do these children smoke? I guess it depends on the year. If they worked in the factory or something. Oh, that would actually be interesting, because if it was like a toy factory that existed before like child labor laws or something, and then the guy that runs the thing is like super fucking old, or like some sort of like ethereal being of sorts, like the devil or a vampire or whatever, then it would make sense that they all like died in the factory. Do my nieces or nephews know about my channel? Yeah, I have. Yep. They do. Pretty much all my family knows. But yeah, exactly how, I guess it would, have to study what the sensation of like unlocks and progression would be for, I'm sure there would be some sort of monetization system that would make sense, but with over like your typical sort of progression of like going down 100 levels or 99 levels to the bottom, that could be your typical progression, but you could also have like a different maps or like an unlimited or an unending mode, and I'm sure there's got to be ways to like unlock things that don't necessarily need to fit into the story to still make it fun. Seen any Amish people lately? I do see Amish people from time to time, yeah. They're getting the job done, I guess. But yes, no, I like I said, I don't want to like guarantee anything that's going to happen with that but I mean, if honestly we could conceptually make something occur, that would be crazy cool, something I could be proud of to maybe one day post on the channel and just be like, hey guys, check out this cool product. Your delivery makes you the goat at this shit. Can you do more whodunit with plot twists, please? Yeah, definitely look into that for show. The knight claimed the relic had been given to him by the monks of Hermitage, somewhere near the Dead Sea, after defending its occupants against a Saracen raid. The monks guaranteed their very souls on the relic's authenticity, claiming it had once belonged to one of Christ's apostles, and following its internment. Okay, yeah. Is this Hales Abbey or Haley's Abbey? Hope I didn't fuck that up at the beginning. Hales, okay, thank God. What do I think about it? What do I think about what? Yeah, Amish love listening to me through old cassette tape. Actually, what can they use? I mean, for some reason I feel like they can listen to... It's all based on like a certain time, right? Like society capped in 1852, and just anything beyond that is no good. What does your family think about your channel? Yeah, they think it's weird. It's like in a strange way, they think it's cool and they're happy for me and proud and stuff, but at the same time, like, are relatively like completely, I don't want to say completely uninterested in it, but like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, Joel's over there playing with his toys and he's having fun doing it, so, like there's never like feedback or like you should do this or hey, what have you been doing? It's just like they know that's what I do and I'm surviving, and like that's fucking it. I don't know, it's kind of funny. Do more con horror stories. Yeah, those would be interesting, like going to horror cons and stuff. He's doing his YouTube. I mean, I don't know. It's there's really not honestly, them being interested in my like activities, I don't know. I guess I don't really care one way or another. It's like just, you know what I mean? Like it's like growing up and your parents didn't really care about like anything about Halo or something, or if you were into like Fortnite, your parents never took like an interest in your Fortnite gaming or whatever. So it's a similar thing where you're just like, whatever. You can live comfortably off YouTube money. You can, yep. YouTube, if you do well on YouTube, you can live very comfortably. Joe's family also falls asleep to the stories. That would be funny. They just never tell me about that. We should make baking videos. Yeah, absolutely. Should start a YouTube channel and give it a whirl. You really never know when something as like weird and abstract as like making entertainment for people to make money could work out in your fashion. The monks guaranteed their very souls on the relic's authenticity, claiming it had once belonged to one of Christ's apostles. Following its interment in Hales Abbey, the monastery became one of the most prominent in all of England. But sometime in the 16th century, an inspection of the holy blood uncovered something deeply shocking. The vial containing Christ's blood had been stolen. Following an investigation, the official story became that the holy blood had been stolen by a group of professional thieves at the behest of a wealthy Following an investigation, the official story became that the holy blood had been stolen by a group of professional thieves at the behest of a wealthy benefactor. However, if someone was rich enough to finance the theft of such a relic, you can bet that they had a large house with a large staff. A staff which, if they believed the blood of Christ was secreted somewhere in their home, would have had a very hard time keeping their mouths shut about it. Yet as history shows, neither the thieves nor the buyer were ever found. Many believe the holy blood would still be intact, hidden away somewhere until its inevitable discovery. Others have a much more disconcerting explanation. Shortly after the theft of the holy blood, a royally sanctioned witch finder arrived in Gloucestershire. Ah, Christ. Fucking son of a bitch. Can't fucking say these English stupid fucking words. Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire. You start the Spoken Smut channel and make more money. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, how do you even promote it? I don't even have like a Twitter anymore. I don't think you can promote like OnlyFans on, YouTube itself. It's like against their TOS. I'm fairly certain, like leading people to not safe for work stuff. I don't know if that's true. I just said that, but I don't really want to risk anything. And I feel like it would also just be like another headache of sorts. What's up, Jorge? How we doing? Gloucestershire. Thanks. Be on your link tree, they can't stop you. Yeah, I know. But it's just like another thing. I'm like, alright, I recorded my narrations this week. Okay, now I gotta go record my furry anal, butt play narration for all the weirdos. And then those weirdos would be like sending messages like, hey, I didn't like the way that you represented my fox persona in this one. Wouldn't be so funny if I peeled your skin off and killed you, now would it, for my fetish? It wouldn't. I don't think that would be good at all. That's what I thought. I am completely mentally and normally stable, as everyone else. It just so happens that I will kill you for my beliefs. Did any voice acting gigs? No, but I would like to. I think that would be a dream cream true. Girl who sits on cakes. That's like the girl with the dragon tattoo, but a different. And now back to the girl who sits on cakes on the BBC.
Oh, I'm about to sit on this fucking cake. Oh, that's a disgusting one there.
Shortly after the theft of the Holy Blood, a royally sanctioned witch finder arrived in Gloucestershire. The King of England, James I, was obsessed with stamping out witchcraft and other heresy, and so when he heard that the Holy Blood had been stolen, fucking shite. Gloucestershire. Okay. Oh my god. And so when he heard the Holy Blood had been stolen, he believed devilry was afoot and sent his chief witchfinder to root it out. The witchfinder's investigation led to the Burley witch trials, whereby Joan Flower and her two daughters, Margaret and Philippa. Oh my god. Copy, paste, copy, freaking paste. Philippa. She went into details about picking the right cakes and everything. And then just to squish them with her own cake on cake action. The Witchfinder's investigation led to the Burley witch trials, whereby Joan Flower and her two daughters, Margaret and Philippa, were accused of cursing the Earl of Rutland. After half a dozen of the Earl's family and friends suffered sudden and magic. Damn it. Gloucestershire. After half a dozen of the Earl's family and friends suffered sudden and tragic deaths, many blamed a hidden coven of witches. Margaret and Philippa Flower were hunted down, arrested, then hanged following convictions for communing with the devil. Their mother, heartbroken and impoverished, died in prison not long after. A few years later, a woman named Alice McButtsack, Alice Colern. What the fucking shit, man? They're just like making up names at this point, bro. How you say Colern? Colern. Oh. Co as in co. As in selector gather. Earn as in their earn. Okay. You still do reaction scary videos? I do, but it's like if... It depends on how I feel at the end of the stream. Sometimes I just want to get it done and be on me way. But sometimes I'm down to chill. A few years later, a woman named Alice Colern was accused of causing illness and death by using curses and charms. She was convicted following testimonies from her own neighbors and was executed to the cheers of the gathered townsfolk. It's clear that, at the time, many believed that the Holy Blood had been stolen by the accused and used in a series of profane rituals. They believed these rituals had brought a great and terrible darkness to the region, and it seems there are some who still believe this, even hundreds of years later. I've seen some rather unsettling graffiti around town over the years, things quite unlike the usual dross teenagers like to daub, but those will not be the focus of this memoir. What I've just told you are things I wish I knew before I arrived in Winchcombe. Fuck. Winchcombe, okay. Dude, I could never move to the UK. I'd never be able to get anything right. Like, oh, what you say? Witches come, eh? Was there a creator a while ago who used AI but emulated your channel and used similar thumbnails? Yeah, I don't even remember who it was. But they were from India, and they just And it's so funny because they like copied my exact voice. They could have changed it ever so slightly, which they did in like one video, and I would have never have noticed, and they probably would have kept getting away with building their channel. But instead, they copied the exact fucking thing. How often do I go live? I go live every Sunday and Wednesday. What's up, Lillian? Lillian. What I've told you are things I wished I knew before I arrived in Witchcombe. And because at the very least I feel like they have helped me understand some of the things that have happened here since. For although I now live a life of peace, harmony, and simplicity, I had to endure a living nightmare to obtain it. I won't stultify. What the hell is that fucking word? Are they just making these up now? Gloucestershire, Winchcombe, and their brother Stultify. Hey Troy, take care, dude. Thanks for hanging. How does Joel's voice even do all this all the time with our drinking herbal tea all the time? Oh, wait. Oh, like... Wait, what do you mean? Like, how do I read? What's on my Christmas list? Oh, I don't even know. I'm at this point where I just want fucking, like, magic spells anymore, just to make things happen instantaneously. I just need, like, a direction or a project. Like, lifting weights is cool and that kind of shit, and it's always good to have, but I need like something to work towards, you know what I mean? My Alliance fan. I'm not. No. Did they win though? I felt so bad they lost that kid Hutchinson. I feel bad for him. I wonder how he's recovering. Detroit Lions. Oh, they actually won. They're 8-1, which is insane. It's Goff, right? Goff is their quarterback. You want a Dyson Air Wrap. What's a Dyson Air Wrap? Is that like an air fryer? What's up, Cody? Do I like the author Todd Rigney? I've never heard of him. Yeah, I thought it was just red, but when I clicked it, I was like, what the fuck? That's not Joel. Huh. They have a goth kid, yeah, on the Detroit. The Detroit Lions lead quarterback is actually goth. That'd be so funny. Hey guys, what's up? I mean, I guess I'll like throw it 100 yards down the field, whatever. What's my new goal? I have no idea. It doesn't even exist right now, but I want it to exist so I can do it. I get like YouTube is so. This is such a stupid thing to bitch about, but maybe someone out there can relate a little bit. But it's like whenever you've achieved a certain degree of comfort and you're just like not motivated to like make yourself uncomfortable, you know what I mean, to attain new and better things, or at least just new things. Do you binge watch Patty's Farm videos? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen Patty's Farm. Is Patty there? Do you use protein powder? Do you have a bunch of cows in the backyard? Keep for snacks? Yeah, I just suckle from their teat directly. Do you know the author Arthur K.R. Alexander? I don't know anybody, honestly. I don't read ever other than this crap. So I know you guys. I know you guys as authors. Also, Pradeep is shitting in that shit box. Can you hear him in there? This fucking doesn't stop. He's looking for gold. Hi. Oh, now he's done. As soon as I say his name, he's like, yes. Yes, poophoria, yeah. Zoom! Back and forth. I have straight hair and it's ugly on me, but I don't want to keep using heat on your hair. Well, I don't know. I think it's best to just take a different perspective towards yourself, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure it's not ugly, you know? I think sometimes we just like kind of are our own biggest critics, critiquios. Have you seen any Meat Canyon videos? I certainly have. I've seen almost all of them. No, it's ugly. You know what, Jade? I say it's not. Boom. How about that? Now what are you going to do? Your hair is fire, bro. I won't stultify you with the finer details of entering the priesthood, but let's just say it's neither quick, nor easy, nor painless. For some prospective priests, it takes years of discernment before they commit themselves. Then after that, you're looking at a decade of training until you're even considered for priesthood. Then when you finally do become a priest, you have to serve under another, much more experienced counterpart before either taking part...
Damn it! Son of a bitch. Son of a fucking bitch.
SNL when litter poop was a toy for children to sculpt from. That's fine. Litter poop. Then, when you finally do become a priest, you have to serve under another much more experienced counterpart before either taking over the parish or being assigned one of your own. That's the exact position I was in when I arrived in Winchcombe back in early 2020. St. Nicholas's Church was under the care of Father Michael, an elderly priest who'd held the position since the mid-1970s. He was set to retire in the summer of 2021, so the idea was I'd spend 18 months under his tutelage before taking over as God. Goff looks like Ryan Gosling. I actually thought that earlier when I was like looking at I saw it on the TV, the game, and I was like, that kind of looks like Ryan Gosling. That would be really funny. He's just out there playing casually. Susie, thank you for another 6. Says, wish I could listen to your voice in my dreams. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Susie. You too. I really appreciate your support. You're very, very kind, and I hope you have a great night. Thank you. St. Nicholas's Church was under the care of Father Michael, an elderly priest who'd held the position since the mid-1970s. He was set to retire in the summer of 2021, so the idea was I'd spend 18 months under his tutelage before taking over as guardian of the church and parish. The usual period of tutelage is 2 years, so as you can imagine, I was rather surprised at the offer of a rare shortcut. Needless to say, it came with a caveat. Father Michael, who was almost 79 years old when we first met, had been in a state of mental decline for quite some time, and his condition had become a deep concern to many of his parishioners. I was not ready for the word parishioner, even though obviously what else would be said. Let's read family in the building. No belches, please, Joel. I can't promise. Can't promise anything. Ancient astronaut theory. I've definitely heard about ancient astronaut theory, but in some of the true crime stuff there might have been hints about it, but nothing specifically. The 1525 place I'd have to pay in total $5,000 from the start. The other one is just monthly rent from start. What are you talking about? Or what are you asking? Father Michael, who was almost 79 years old when we first met, had been in a state of mental decline for quite some time, and his condition had become of deep concern to many of his parishioners. People spoke of strange sermons, troubling outbursts, or unsettling remarks during cloistered conversations, and to our boss, the Bishop of Clifton, this was unacceptable. If I could keep Father Michael's behavior under wraps and prevent the situation from progressing into a full-blown scandal, then one of the most coveted parishes in England would be mine for as long as I could serve it. I knew it'd be a challenge. I was taking on the role of a carer as well as a priest, but at the same time, it was an absolute no-brainer, as they say. I considered it an honor to be able to tend to a veteran of the church during the twilight of his tenure. I just didn't realize how terribly taxing it would prove to be, both to my faith and to my sanity. I first visited Winchcombe in December of 2019, prior to my confirmation there. Father Michael had something of the final say on who he'd transfer the parish to, but after some afternoon tea and a long conversation of what the fuck is this? Ecumenical matters? I've not seen this word in all my days. Ecumenical. Sounds like brilliant, Joel. Brilliant sounding it out. Ecumenical. Representing a number of different Christian churches. He was a member of ecumenical communities. Oh, different. Okay, cool. This writing is awful. Wait, what do you mean? I thought we're good so far. We had like a history lesson, and then now we're getting into the meat and potatoes, and it sounds like the dude's nuts or something. This is the last story, but it's a long one. We're only about 1/4 of the way through it. I don't know. I like it so far. I guess we just have to wait for things to pop off. Father Michael had something of the final say on who he'd transfer the parish to, but after some afternoon tea and a long conversation on ecumenical matters, the man himself told me that I'd gotten the job. Father Michael wasn't anything like I'd imagined him, and in so many words, I've been told that he was losing his mind and was a liability to the church, but our meeting suggested nothing of the sort. Father Michael was aged, but his mind was as sharp as his wit, and, as I said, we spoke at length on a number of different topics, all of which he displayed a vast knowledge of. He was assertive but welcoming, charming but humble, and displayed wisdom without arrogance. He embodied everything I thought a priest was supposed to, so, quirks or no quirks, I was thrilled at the prospect of being mentored by him, even if that mentorship came with its unique set of challenges. In early February of 2020, I moved into the spare room of the cottage that stands behind St. Nicholas's Church. It's a beautiful little cottage with a thatched roof and a small rose garden. It's also my current home and the place that I presently sit and type this memoir, but back when I first arrived, it was a place of great uncertainty for me. But now, almost 5 years to the day since I moved into that cottage, I have more unanswered questions than ever. My first month or so under Father Michael's tutelage went smoothly. I helped him perform Mass, I helped him perform baptisms, and we went through procedures for both weddings and funerals. I accompanied Father Michael in visits to hospitals and nursing homes, and I sat in on pastoral... Sorry, sometimes I trip on the fucking words. Trippy-dippy. I knew nothing about moving. I live in the same place for almost a decade. The job has forced me to move and see all this. Sorry, what are we talking about? Feels more like someone is trying to impress with a vocabulary and tale of tawdry, yet titillating alliterations that an engrossing tale of super spooky... No, I agree. Sometimes people just use too many. Why more word when less word do job? Okay. Sermons and homilies. Okay. I accompanied Father Michael on visits to hospitals and nursing homes, and I sat in on pastoral counseling sessions to learn how to provide guidance and support to my future parishioners. I accompanied Father Michael on visits to hospitals and nursing homes, and I sat in on pastoral counseling sessions to learn how to provide guidance and support to my future parishioners. I shadowed Father Michael in preparing sermons and homilies, and then when it came to my own personal duties, I would organize Bible study groups or youth group meetings. I also had to manage the daily administrative duties of the church, which kept me very busy, I can assure you. But that first month, aided by the warmth of the Christmas season, made for a very smooth transition into my new life. There were no signs of Father Michael's decline, none of his episodes, as people had taken to calling them, and at first it appeared the whole thing had been quite overblown. But then, it happened. One evening after dinner, Father Michael and I were enjoying a cup of tea and a few limp biscuits. Is Mr. Penis still in the chat? Mr. Penis, are you here? One evening, after dinner, Father Michael and I were enjoying a cup of tea and a few biscuits when the subject of parish Motherfucker, come on. I just cry like a baby bird, and then a large bird just appears out of nowhere and barfs into my mouth, and I'm good to go. Okay, I feel better. Did you get a Jacob update yet? If you look at the VOD after every video, Jacob will instantaneously leave a comment. Instantaneously as soon as the VOD comes up, he's got it all written up and just copies and pastes it into the YouTube comments. And it's usually a nice lore update. It's like receiving a journal entry in a video game to know everything that's been going on. And it sounds like he's doing A-okay. Unfortunately, his bird, he had a bird, some sort of cockatoo. It was killed in a hunting accident of sorts, I think. It was mistaken for, I think, a bird of prey or something. Yeah, it's probably Jacob from the future. Do you like Futurama? Yeah, Futurama's good. It's one of those shows where I feel like I didn't fully appreciate it when it was out. I was never shitting myself laughing when I was watching it, but I always felt rather content, just sort of staring and listening to nerd humor that takes place in interesting sci-fi locations. It was a turbulent cycle when it first aired on regular TV. Really? In the sense of it was always on the edge of getting canceled or something? How do you send stories? You can send stories my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Hey, there's Andrew Batts. What's up, Andrew? It got canceled twice. I mean, that's still impressive, though. I mean, most shows don't make it through one season, let alone coming back twice. I mean, didn't Family Guy get canceled twice as well? Eventually found its footing, probably even more so than Futurama. One evening, after dinner, Father Michael and I were enjoying a cup of tea and a few biscuits when the subject of parish funerals came up. A conversation on that topic then meandered into one about death in general, and while that might sound like a subject too heavy for tea and biscuits, discussion of the afterlife can be a rather common thing for those who take the cloth. Father Michael and I had very briefly touched on the subject while discussing parish funerals on a previous occasion, but that marked the first time that we delved into the subject in depth. He mentioned how his time on earth was drawing to a close, and how he'd been pondering on what that meant for his eternal soul. Father Michael knew he'd lived a good and decent life, one dedicated almost entirely to the church no less, but he still found himself preoccupied by matters of faith. In a remark I thought was a passing one, Father Michael mentioned how he sometimes envied the holy martyrs, those whose dedication to the faith had cost them their lives. He quite rightly said that while priests occupy a special place in heaven, martyrs, by virtue of their sacrifice, may bypass purgatory and enter heaven immediately, as their suffering is considered a purification in itself. And it's this that was the source of his self-confessed envy. The subject of the Church's martyrs is something we're encouraged to reflect on often, but at the time I was only familiar with some of the more well-known martyrs. There's St. Stephen, the first Christian martyr who was stoned to death after preaching about Jesus. Then there's St. Peter, who was crucified upside down as he felt unworthy to die in the same way as Christ. But perhaps the most famous is Paul the Apostle. Probably the most famous is Joel the Reader, who actually didn't die and just played video games until his mom forced him to move out at 45. But perhaps the most famous is Paul the Apostle, one of Christianity's greatest Damn it to hell. Yeah, are there any lizard martyrs? Andrew with the 5 says, I remember the first Adult Swim. It was during my whip lit and bong rip days. Gonna love that late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, like what was the one show on there? It was called like Veggie Tales. No, what was it called? It was kind of like remember it had like a gym coach and like the drawing was very crude and simplistic. Hey, kind of talk like this. It was all like mundane kind of conversation back and forth. Samson. Oh yeah, there was Home Movies. Thank you. Yeah, that was good. Well, I don't know if it was good. That was the weird thing. That was like in middle school, right? And all of these like Adult Swim shows would come on late at night. And to me, I was giddy as a, prostitute. I guess like in hell or something. I don't know. Where does a prostitute get excited to go? A sewer. Yeah, I was as giddy as a prostitute in a sewer because honestly, I just, they said bad words and it made me feel like that was funny. But it would also like, there was something very lonely about the shows that, because most of the storylines in it were just like meandering dialogue that they most likely just sort of like recorded and then animated over later, and that most of the time the storylines had no like sort of direction. It was something about it was like just like oddly disconcerting or like uncomfortable about like Adult Swim shows, but I guess they were pretty funny too. Yeah, and Space Ghost. But perhaps the most famous is Paul the Apostle, one of Christianity's greatest evangelists. Why did I keep wanting to say evangelical? But perhaps the most famous is Paul the Apostle, one of Christianity's greatest evangelists, who was beheaded in Rome under Emperor Nero. Yet although we touched on them, it wasn't these martyrs Father Mark... Oh my god, I'm getting like I should read the longer stories fucking first, dude, because I get like hardcore fucking dyslexia as the fucking stream goes on. Yet although we touched on them, it wasn't these martyrs Father Michael... Okay, Jesus, fuck. Yet although we touched on them, it wasn't these martyrs Father Michael wanted to discuss. He asked if I was aware of Saint Sebastian, and I was, but I discovered I wasn't privy to the whole story. Sebastian was murdered by being shot full of arrows, but bizarrely, and unbeknownst to myself, he'd survived this phase of his execution. His awestruck killers, who had never seen such corporeal resilience, then had cut him from the stake that he was tied to. My God. He took an arrow, not just to the knee. His awestruck killers, who had never seen such corporeal resilience, then had him cut from the stake he was tied to, and then beaten to death with clubs. They broke every bone in his body, one by one, until massive internal bleeding caused his heart to finally give out, and he passed into martyrdom. Father Michael said that when he recently revisited the tale of Saint Bartholomew, who was skinned alive prior to his beheading to ensure maximum suffering, he felt a deep and shameful sense of envy. He felt the same covetousness. Why is that fucking hard to say? Jesus Christ. Covetousness. Deflensing? Was it? Deflensing? What, having your skin ripped off and head cut off? God, dude. We bitch about right now, but it's like, man, the past was fucking... I don't know. I guess every time in the history of humanity was brutal. He felt the same covetousness when he reread the story of St. Catherine of Alexandria, who was put to death using a spiked breaking wheel. And for the unfamiliar, the breaking wheel is a method of execution which involves being tied to a large spoked wheel before your legs, arms, and ribs are broken, usually in that order to, again, cause maximum suffering. The wailing victim's shattered limbs are then woven into the breaking wheel's spokes, in a sickening cyclical recreation of the human form before being displayed as a warning to others. The fate of those subjected to the breaking wheel is similar to those who underwent crucifixion, in that they didn't expire right away and sometimes spent days at a time clinging to life, their bodies racked with agony until they finally expired. And to put St. Catherine's suffering into perspective, it's said that the breaking wheel broke before she did, shattering from the force of the blows to her body before she was even close to expiring. Then, much like Saint Sebastian, her executioners were so awestruck at her dedication to her faith that they ordered her beheaded, lest her zeal proved contagious. Father Michael said that he also envied Saint Agnes, who was so touched by God's grace that the flames of her execution pyre could not set her ablaze. He felt the same towards Saint Perpetua. Oh my God. Perpetua. She's the ancient Haktua, yeah. Saint Haktua. He felt the same towards Saint Perpetua and Saint Felicity, who in the Roman Colosseum were torn apart by wild animals before being put to the sword. Father Michael claimed to feel a deep melancholy along with a sense of frustration that God had never provided him with a similar opportunity to prove his faith. He acknowledged it was a dark, potentially perturbing point of view, yet it was one he wrestled with nonetheless. As you can all imagine, I found his confession to be deeply unsettling, but relatively unsurprising. I'd received prior warning that Father Michael might say or do some rather unusual things. Preventing such instances was half the reason I was there. But what I was not prepared for was what he said next. In no uncertain terms, Father Michael told me that he was not only envious of the Church's holy martyrs, but also envied those who made them so, unbeknownst to those who'd beheaded, flayed. Okay, Jesus fuck. Tua, my cat. Do you think the Hawk Tua girl was a marketing plan to put her show on the map? Kind of suspicious she got famous super fast. I think she got famous super fast and then an agent found her and saw an opportunity to capitalize on that, virality, and then just the irony of it all and the fact that, like, young people seem to be making fun of her for the Hawk Tua. I mean, just, the whole irony of it is comedy in and of itself, but then that transfers over to at least some marketing or whatever. The only thing is like, is she going to be able to, like, maintain any degree of relevancy beyond just that? Now, maybe. I mean, we every stream we got to check in on our girl, Miss Alabama. Let's see, what is she called? Talk Tua with Haley Wench. Well, there you go. I mean, she gets more views than me, bro. What the fuck? I turned down OnlyFans with Holly Madison. We gotta take a listen and hear what the girls are yapping about, you know what I mean?
If I was to walk upstairs and see, like, a going on, I'd be like,
picture this horror story. You're, like, naked, having sex, and there's people around you who are, like, you could hear them talking shit about you.
was Hugh into toys?
Yeah, I mean, he had quite the collection. Should we talk about, like, the alleged trafficking tunnels that everybody's talking about online?
Yes.
Talk to a 24. Get out and vote.
And then you have this man, he goes, so how many dicks would you say you've spit on? I was like,
Alright, we're getting out of here. Thanks, girls. At least they're staying on brand. I mean, honestly, if she turns herself into just like a straight up, like, interview porn stars podcast, I feel like she probably would get pretty far. She may have had a moment, but is she a comedian? Maybe not to, like, me, but there might be a degree of, like, girls from the South or various places who are just like, I love her. I think she's so funny. She talks about spitting on penises and gossip with the girls, and that's really all you need to have a good day sometimes. That and, like, a tall glass of iced tea, sweet tea. Powerful stuff. And then the later part of the episode, she talks about how our exit strategy in Afghanistan. Unsweetened tea, damn. If you sit down on it, it's a fart to it. Yeah, that was... She probably stole that from someone online before saying it. Unbeknownst to those who'd beheaded... Damn it. Queef Tua. Unbeknownst to those who'd beheaded, flayed, or burned the faithful alive, they'd been a part of God's plan, and without their actions, the holy martyrs would not be so venerated today. Even if he himself could not achieve martyrdom, he would gladly swap places with one of the many martyrs' executioners simply to be closer to the act itself. Father Michael said if he'd known the implications of his actions, he'd have tortured St. Catherine long after the wheel broke, knowing her continued suffering would only elevate her status in heaven. As he talked, he became more and more animated, and then more and more manic until suddenly there was spittle flying from his lips as he made his case with wide, frantic eyes. I'm not ashamed to say that I was frightened, because the fear wasn't for myself. It was entirely for the health and well-being of Father Michael. It had been the first time he'd exhibited any objectively disturbing or upsetting behavior, the kind of thing I'd been warned about before my arrival. But still, seeing it up close for the first time and knowing just how graphically, knowing how, they should have been recording this as the talk to a podcast. What if that's what she was talking about? She just goes on and on about how she loves the fucking martyrs and the people that martyred them. I mean, just like think about it. Just like forcing St. Catherine, like flaying her skin and chopping off her fucking head and shit. Like, you're pretty much just elevating her to the highest hierarchy there is in the almighty glory of God. Yo, Appa, what's up, dude? Leighton with a 5. Thank you, Leighton. Appreciate you. Where's the CHF from? 5 congenital heart failures. Or fuck no, sorry. But still, seeing it up close for the first time and knowing just how graphically he could speak, it made for a chilling revelation. I reported the incident back to the Bishop of Clifton, the head clergyman for all of Dude, how do I not? I should know this by now, honestly. It pisses me off how bad I am at Gloucestershire. I reported the incident back to the Bishop of Clifton, the head clergyman for all of Gloucestershire, and he essentially told me to keep up the good work. I'd managed to talk Father Michael down from the mild form of mania he'd talked himself into, and he seemed rather self-aware regarding his deteriorating condition, so there was no conflict following my intervention. But the same could not be said for the next instance of de-escalation. Sometime after our conversation on martyrs, Father Michael asked if he could share something with me, something he believed might make me rather uncomfortable. When we got back to the cottage, I put the kettle on, put on a few biscuits and cream cakes, and then sat down for some tea before he made his rather daunting announcement. Father Michael had been talking to an angel. And my heart sank the moment he said it, realizing his condition was far more severe than mere verbal diarrhea. If he was suffering audible or even visual hallucinations, then he evidently required urgent medical care. And as you can very well imagine, I was keen to get to the bottom of his angelic interactions, to determine if they were harmless metaphors or yet more worrying manifestations of his encroaching madness. Father Michael told me that for the past few years, an angel had visited him in the middle of the night, around once a week. He'd awaken in the wee small hours of the morning, not to a voice, but to a feeling, and then after walking downstairs, he'd sit in the darkness, in the chair in the corner of the room, and he'd listen to the angel speak to him. I asked what form this angel appeared to him in, but Father Michael didn't know. He sat in the corner, facing the wall, as a means of protecting himself. He believed looking upon the angel's form without the proper permission would burn his eyes out and set his very mind aflame. I asked Father Thomas what made him think that he didn't have permission to look if the angel was present and conversing with him, and without going into the long-winded explanation he gave me, let's just say that his answers were, at best, inconsistent. I knew he needed help, and he needed it as soon as possible, but when I tried contacting the bishop with my concerns, the only person I could reach was his assistant, a priest whom, to save his own embarrassment, will remain unnamed. Now Father Nameless, or should that be Father Spineless, claimed the bishop was very busy with prior engagements, but that he'd be more than happy to assist me. Obviously, my request was that he put me in touch with the bishop, because I had a very important development. appeared as a giant wheel with eyes and 20 wings. Yeah, that would drive me freaking nuts. All celestials are evil. You can't change my mind. They're made of high strangeness. What does that even mean? All jinns are demon, all demons are celestials, all celestials are evil. Well, if they're all evil, then there is no definition of what evil is. There simply is only one absolute, I suppose, and that is them. You see the Catholic Church's new mascot? I did not know. What is it? Thanks for breaking my doom scroll. You're welcome. Aside from God. Well, yeah, but if you're going to operate, are you going to operate within like the Christian sort of mythology? Because it does sound like there are benevolent, good spirits that like speak on the Christian God's like behalf or whatever, or Jewish God or whatever you want to say, as like a messenger and stuff. I am comprised of the highest of strangenesses. Strange nigh. Hey Leighton, thank you again, and take care, my friend. Have a good night. If you're seeing an angel and it doesn't tell you something about not being fearful, also angels are beautiful beings that look like humans. We know this because of Sodom and Gomorrah, the people wanted. I thought like angels had all sorts of different appearances, but I guess like the messenger angels like Gabriel and stuff, Michelangelo, Donatello, I don't know. The one with who does ninja moves. But I think the ones that talk to you in person, I don't think they look like the ones that like hover around God at the throne or something with the eyes and the wheel or whatever the fuck. But yeah, fear not. Fear not. But then even if they say fear not, it's like you still fall to the ground and feel like you're about to die out of fear. Fear not. I speak on behalf of the Almighty. I feel like Earth is very overdue for some sort of like strange, widespread spiritual thing. But granted, I guess even in like the Bible, which is like based on stuff, it all only ever really seemed to take place in like a limited containment, like within like a small town or some shit. I don't even know. Not just a revival where everybody like just kind of openly believes, but I mean like a big event, you know, like a big spiritual interaction where I'm not really sure. I always kind of like hoping that that like big hadron collider CERN would in some weird ways open some spiritual portal, but maybe not necessarily in the sense it's like Doom, where like demons are coming through and like ripping people's penises off or whatever. But I was just thinking like it opens up more of like a transitionary area between like the dream realm and like humans' minds. So maybe like the presence and reporting of like apparitions that people see becomes more prevalent, and that seeing like spiritual beings would be just a more common occurrence for people, and maybe like having dreams and premonitions would be more frequent and accurate. But obviously, well, yeah, whatever. Have you seen the pictures of the new Euclid Space Telescope? Let's check it out. Euclid Space Telescope. I wonder why they call it Euclid. That's interesting. It looks like an old PVC pipe or some shit. So it's just floating out there? Oh. Mods, get him. It's probably Jensen on an alternate account. Okay, Euclid space. Should we look at the images it produced? But yeah, I haven't really seen it. Euclidean geometry got us to the moon. Do you believe in old legends like Wendigo, Yeti? I mean, I don't know about the Wendigo, but like the Yeti, I mean, makes sense if it was some sort of like bipedal ape that walks around really cold places and adapted to the cold. I think that would make some sense. Alright, we are halfway done with this story. Actually, what time is it? 2? Do you get... What about Pigman? Yep, now Pigman's real. I see him at McDonald's every time I go. Can I run to the... I'm going to go take my magnesium real quick and I'll be right back. Do you guys want to chat amongst yourselves? And then we'll continue the story since we're about halfway. BRB. Hey, Peter, have you seen the new Hawk Tua podcast? Yeah, it's not very good. They're all talking about spitting on that thing. Alright. I guess I gotta read, don't I? Oh, Tony Hawk Tua, that's funny. Man, who's cooler, Hawk Tua Girl or Big Chungus? Does anyone take colostrum? I've heard of it. I think I took it for a little while. I didn't really notice much of a difference or anything like that. Some people, I don't know, when I first heard about it, swear by it, but I fucking know. Obviously, my request was that he put me in touch with the bishop, because I'd a very important development to report to him. But after almost a week of obfuscating, I realized the bishop was deliberately avoiding my calls. I was furious, but the church's strict hierarchy is just that, strict. I had no choice but to deal with Father Spineless, and the process was as frustrating as it was fruitless. Much like the realization that the bishop was avoiding my calls, there came a point where I realized Father Spineless was acting in a manner one might describe as deliberately obtuse. When I explained that Father Thomas needed urgent psychiatric care, he explained for... Oops, man, fuck my butt, man, shit. I take ancestral organ blend, heart, liver, kidney, MG, glycinate, vitamin D, K, and a blend of mushrooms, but I don't think they do too much. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes, like, what supplements really do make the biggest difference. I mean, I do hear creatine as far as, like, sports performance goes. I mean, if you want to call protein a supplement, but protein and caffeine and obviously staying hydrated, and I don't know. I feel like it really just depends on, like, how you are naturally inside of your body, like whatever you're just sort of genetically inclined towards, and your hormones. Because some people, it's like they barely eat anything or any water or anything, and they still just, like, get jacked beyond belief. Is anyone on the carnivore diet? Did you say we're 5'7"? No, I'm a little over 5'10". But I've tried the carnivore diet and I hated it, because it's just like, for some reason, even eating, like, yeah, I wear heels, I wear roller blades. Even eating, I wanted broccoli. Like, broccoli felt like a cheat meal to me, you know, after, like, after like a week of fucking just eating, what the fuck did I eat? Like, just steak and ground beef and fucking just meat. And just meat all the time. It's like it fills you up, but it just doesn't satisfy you. Like, just doesn't feel right. And yeah, I mean, the fiber aspect, like, for the first, and that was the thing. I remember hearing Joe Rogan talk about it, and he's like, if you can get through the first 2 weeks of diarrhea, it's great. And, like, I could not get through the first 2 weeks of diarrhea. Like, I swear to God, if you only ate meat, like, you were pissing out your food out of your butt. It was so bad. And yeah, that was, and it wasn't, and I was thinking, like, you couldn't do this if you had a job, or you had 2 weeks, or, I mean, you had a job or a fucking school or some shit, because you'd be eating your stuff and just have to go shit. And if you weren't just at home all the time, you'd have to wear a diaper, I guess. Like, it's just so bad. It's almost like we're not supposed to eat like that because our bodies are designed to, or something so crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, eating only meat. Well, it's more like sometimes it's like your body adapts to, like, as far as your gut biome goes. I mean, if it's used to a pretty well balanced diet all the time, it's going to be expecting that. So if it only ever gets the shit that comes with like meat, I don't know. I don't know if the diarrhea is just like all that old bacteria just like purging itself or whatever, as like the new bacteria starts to like proliferate and take over to digest specifically that. Because I'm sure if you were stuck with just like fucking woolly mammoth meat for weeks at a time, your body probably would adapt. But this Asian woman on TikTok has been on carnivore for 2 years and has evolved into eating a stick of butter a day, but she looks super good. I don't know. You know, like the human body can do a lot with very little. It's really hard to say, honestly. I mean, I've seen people lose weight just eating straight up Twinkies. But obviously it's like the calories in, calories out thing and your activity and all sorts of shit like that. We are meant to eat both and can do both, but some diets work better for... Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on you and what makes you feel good. And who knows, maybe after like a period of the 2 weeks to a month, the carnivore diet would make people feel really solid and like less bloated or whatever the fuck. I don't know, but I just couldn't do it, couldn't handle it. What about keto? I enjoy keto, you know, low carb. That made me feel good. I mean, from what I've heard, like the primary weight loss that you get from keto early on is really just the fact that like carbohydrates bind to water molecules. So, you know, you're obviously just not going to hang on to as much water weight or lose water weight from consuming low carb. So that's why people for the first week might say like, I've lost 10 pounds. Early, but you know, once again, from what I've heard, it really is just the calories in, calories out. It might have an effect on your insulin, which who knows, maybe that, you know, not turning into, you know, having any of those metabolic issues might expedite the process of fat loss, but it's hard to say, or at least I don't know offhand. What about starve maxing and bulimia maxing? No, don't do that. We want everyone in here to have 0 eating disorders. We just want them to be addicted to the gym. I feel like people should consult nutritionists, dietitians as their literal job. Yeah. Do it up. What are we doing for Thanksgiving? Oh, yeah, what day is Thanksgiving? Stories or food? I mean, I might be able to do both, to be honest. Just depends on how late. But Thanksgiving this year is the 28th, so I might be able to finish eating and stuff with family early and then stream later on. Well, I guess I wouldn't be streaming because the video had already come out that day. Yeah, so I probably won't be streaming on a Thursday. I'll be streaming on that Wednesday before, though. You lost 60 pounds? That's cool. What did you do for that? Metabolism needs your insulin, so if you do keto and you have metabolic syndrome, you will lose weight. Yeah, it's just, well, you want your insulin to be more effective at like grabbing those glucose molecules out of your bloodstream, so decreasing the number of carbohydrates that you have, so it kind of like, I don't know exactly, that's actually a good question, to kind of reverse the process of insulin resistance. How does one reverse the process of insulin resistance? Low carb intake, reducing refined carbs like sugar, white bread, and sweets can help reduce blood sugar spikes and improve insulin sensitivity. Focus on complex carbohydrates, so whole grains and vegetables, increase fiber, healthy fats, limited processed foods, exercise regularly, strength training, aerobic exercise, high intensity interval training, maintain a healthy weight, consider intermittent fasting. What exactly happens when you decrease carbs and fast to make your insulin. What the fuck does it say? Sorry. Oh yeah. Insulin more sensitive. And why is it resistant in the first place? Sorry, I'm just trying to word it so it makes sense. Insulin resistance occurs when cells in your muscles, fat, and liver start ignoring the signal from insulin to take up glucose sugar from your blood. As a result, your body needs more insulin to get glucose into cells, leading to higher levels of blood glucose and insulin in the blood. This resistance often develops over time due to factors like excess weight, poor diet, and inactivity, less glucose in the bloodstream, reducing insulin secretion. With less glucose to process, your pancreas doesn't need to release much more insulin over time. The reduced demand for insulin allows your cells to reset and become more responsive. Lowered fat storage, increased fat burning. Interesting. Lower insulin levels encourage your body to use fat for energy instead of relying mainly on glucose. This metabolic flexibility helps your body become more efficient at using different fuel sources, reducing the strain on insulin. What happens when fast? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could keep digging into it, but I was curious about the specific mechanics about a insulin molecule or whatever, like hormone becoming just like less capable. Let me ask, fuck it, let me ask it. We might as well figure this out. Why does the insulin molecule become less capable of grabbing glucose? ? And what's that look like? Insulin itself doesn't directly grab glucose. Instead, it acts as a key that signals cells to open up pathways for glucose to enter. When insulin resistance develops, the issue isn't with the insulin molecule itself, but with how cells respond to insulin. Here's a closer look at what happens in insulin. Okay. Insulin binding. After you eat and blood glucose levels rise, the pancreas releases insulin. Insulin molecules travel through the bloodstream and bind to specific insulin receptors on cells, especially in muscles, fat, and liver. Signaling cascade. Once insulin binds to its receptors, a series of chemicals signals called a signaling cascade is activated within the cell. This cascade instructs glucose transporters, mainly GLUT4, in muscles and fat cells to move the cell's surface. Glucose uptake. GLUT4 transporters act like doors that allow glucose to enter the cell from the bloodstream. When insulin is effective, this process is smooth and glucose moves into cells, lowering blood sugar levels. Damage insulin receptors. Chronic high levels of insulin from overeating, especially carbs, and inactivity can lead to a downregulation or desensitization of insulin receptors. When receptors are damaged or fewer in number, insulin's ability to signal is reduced, which means fewer glucose transporters move to the cell surface. Disrupted signaling pathways. Inflammatory molecules, often from excess visceral fat or high sugar intake, interfere with the insulin signaling cascade inside the cells. For example, some proteins like TNF-alpha and certain kinases can disrupt or jam parts of the signaling pathways, so GLUT4 transporters don't reach the cell membrane as effectively. Impaired GLUT4 response. Even if some insulin signaling occurs, the transporters themselves can become less responsive, particularly when cells are overloaded with fats or inflammatory markers. This means glucose is less able to enter cells, so it builds up in the bloodstream instead. Yeah, and that goes back to like the glycation thing, where whenever that glucose builds up there, it like starts sticking to like the protein molecules of like your your vessels, like your fucking veins and arteries and shit, and basically makes and like also hardens the veins and arteries so they don't expand as well, which is why like that's why we've been saying for a while now that like diabetes and insulin resistance is just as much a cardiac disease as it is a pancreatic issue, which is really fascinating, honestly, when you think about it. Like, if you wonder why people have those heart attacks when they're fat as fuck, I mean, a lot of it isn't just, like, the obesity itself, but it's the fact that, like, there's just this ever-presence of glucose within their bloodstream that's, like, sticking to the walls and then the inability for the fucking insulin keys to allow the glucose to leave. Remember in 2020 when you couldn't even mention kinase? No, I don't remember that. I remember a lot of like stupid shit during COVID, but I don't remember anything about kinases or however you say that. Guess you should give up mayonnaise. I mean, I guess, I don't know, mayonnaise is like a high fat thing, but sometimes they add sugars and shit into it. Just depends on what your activity, I guess, is. I don't know, I'm sure it's not great. It does go good with French fries, though, for sure. When the gymnastics triceratops signal transforms the transport of the glass toast in the pancreas, then you'll probably have good uptake of the... Yeah, I'm just kind of saying words at this point. Can I read the story, please? Yeah. SSRI helped me cut down the blood sugar by half. It was like magic. Interesting. I didn't know it had any effects on that. Okay. Do you think it's possible to not have artery blockage from excess fat from only weightlifting and no cardio? I've wondered that too, honestly. Well, let's I'm gonna ask Chat BBC that exact question, because I've wondered that too, because my cardio, I mean, I did like a CrossFit workout on Friday, but that's like super rare for me as of lately, because I just love lifting weights. But cardio is really good for you just to maintain like heart health and circulation. Do you think it's possible? It's possible, but it depends on various factors beyond just weightlifting. Even without dedicated cardio, weightlifting itself has cardiovascular benefits, especially with compound exercises that engage multiple muscle groups and elevate heart rate. However, whether or not weightlifting alone prevents artery blockage is influenced by several factors: diet, type of fat in the body. Visceral fat, which surrounds the organs, is more metabolically active and can contribute to inflammation and higher cholesterol levels, even if you don't look outwardly overweight. Blood lipid levels. Okay, so I guess Katie, you could look at your blood lipid levels and like the HDL, LDL stuff, and like kind of get a determination of your overall heart health, probably from checking your blood, if you ever do like diagnostic stuff with like a doctor. Oh, Salt, you're back. What's up? I thought you went to Schleepers. Exercise intensity and genetics, yeah. But yeah, it does sound like just like trying to control excess intake of processed foods and refined carbohydrates. If you can avoid that, probably one of the best ways to have a good healthy heart down the road, in conjunction with like resistance training and cardio exercise, or at least getting like 8,000 steps a day or something like that. Is pacing constantly enough cardio? I don't know. I mean, I think there's apps that can like monitor your biometrics with like how many steps you take, and I've heard that like 8,000 steps a day is like really good, especially doing a 10-minute walk after like every meal, just to like increase digestion. Kinase function relates to the ability of the human body to fight off disease naturally, internally, homeopathically. Reference the cytokine storming. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It was a lot of like things during COVID where it was just like you couldn't talk about your natural immune systems. It was like the vaccine wasn't out, but you weren't allowed to look for solutions external from like waiting around for something that wasn't even going to like help if you have it, but like supposedly help prevent it, but then slowly over time became less and less effective at prevent. I don't know, none of it made any fucking sense during the whole fucking process, and then you got called a demon if you ever asked any fucking questions, which just, I'm so fucking sick of that narrative. If you ever ask any questions from like anybody within the like religious line of thinking pertaining to so many different topics. You just immediately labeled some sort of pejorative. Shit's so fucking cringe anymore. Stairmaster. Yeah, I've heard Stairmaster is like one of the best steady state cardios. It seems like all the bodybuilder types are doing it. And you get that booty pump. When I explained that Father Thomas needed urgent psychiatric care, he asked for more details. But when I gave them, he appeared to be completely misunderstanding both the timeline and the severity of the events. I hadn't dealt with this assistant much, after all. I was only a few months into my Winchcombe. Fuck, man. Winchcombe. But when I gave them, he appeared to completely misunderstand. Okay. Jesus Christ. But when I gave them, he appeared to completely misunderstand both the timeline and the severity of the events. I hadn't dealt with this assistant much, after all. I was only a few months into my Winchcombe tenure, but it didn't take me very long to figure out that he wasn't an imbecile. He was merely acting like one. And all with a view to frustrating my attempts to get help for Father Michael. Without going into too much detail, if Father Michael needed serious psychiatric care before his retirement, the church would be obligated to pay for his medication and potentially even expensive private medical care. But if his condition stayed a secret until after his retirement, then any expenses incurred would be Father Michael's responsibility. The church would still technically be paying for his treatment, but it'd come out of his pension and not their own personal coffers. Break into too much of the budget and our bishop might lose his standing with the archbishop, which would no doubt affect his chances of climbing the parochial? Man, masterocial ladder. You know, sometimes it's good to learn some new words, right? You know? Parochial. What the fuck is that? Parochial generally means having limited or narrow outlook, often focused on local or trivial matters. It originally comes from the religious context, meaning to parishes, local churches, communities. It's now commonly used to describe a viewpoint that is narrow-minded or is restricted to the concerns of a specific group rather than considering a broader perspective. For example, someone might have a parochial attitude if they're focused solely. Why does that not make sense within the usage of it in this story? Relating to a church parish. Okay, then that makes sense. Hey Audrey, what's up? What's pop-a-loppin'? I'll see you, Misty. Take care. Have a great night. Christians are not narrow-minded. They are broad of mind but narrow path. No, I think the chat GDP gave like a weird definition. What about 270? Oh, I have it set on top chat. I should have it on live chat. Sorry. Did someone hit 270 on a weightlifting thing? That's it. I'm taping my balls to my butthole. You got it, bro. They've always been like that. Yeah, for the election. What did Trump get? Is 270 my weight? No, thank God. Who's 270? Election results. Not now. Oh, so it finished 312 Trump, 226 Harris. That's crazy. It's a lot of them. It's just interesting that it's kind of just like actually been smooth sailing since the election as far as like people's responses. I kind of expected a lot more like chaotic chaotic responses from like the current power structures, you know what I mean, like from the media and that kind of thing. But it seems like everybody's just like, all right, anyways. China. 270 is going to be your squat goal. Hell yeah, dude. 270 below parallel. Let's fucking go, bro. It's doable. Honestly, it is doable. Audrey, I think you've said that you do marching band. If you just like, after that, dig. Well, honestly, I don't know if you can do marching band and like powerlifting, but dude, I could totally see that happening. Getting into like the big three, deadlift, squat, and fucking bench for women. I definitely could see 270 happening, and then 3 plates. What's the bonus content? There's a playlist. The most recent one was a World War I horror thing. Having a resting heart rate of 115 to 120 is dangerous as fuck. I feel like my O2 levels are like 95 or 92-ish. Wonder why it's so high. Might want to go get checked out. Core stability. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only way to like increase that core stability is just to continue to do those compound lifts like more frequently, maybe. I mean, obviously you can work core and maybe even do like, I don't know, Bulgarian split squats for like individual isolation of the muscles to like support them, but I don't know. Jensen's funny. Break into too much of the budget, and our bishop might lose his standing with the archbishop, which would no doubt affect his chances of climbing the parochial ladder. Fuck, I forgot how you said this. God damn it. Parochial. Break into too much of the budget, and our bishop might lose his standing with the archbishop, which would no doubt affect his chances of climbing the parochial ladder. I didn't find that out from Father Spineless, but when I did, you can bet your arse that I sent some very ungodly language his way when I called him back. The audacity of the bishop to try and further his career, and at the cost of such a senior and well-respected member of the church, seemed nothing short of criminal. Father Spineless simply told me that he'd pass on what I'd said to the bishop, and I assumed it was thinly veiled sarcasm. It was not. Just a few hours later, I received a call from none other than the bishop himself, and to say he wasn't pleased with me would be the understatement of the century. Without giving details of the entire exchange, he rather furiously asked if his instructions had been unclear. He reminded me of what I'd been told prior to accepting my position in Winchcombe, and then asked if there's anything I'd misunderstood. I told him no, that I hadn't misunderstood anything, but that Father Michael needed the kind of urgent care that I was incapable of providing as a mere priest. The bishop then simply told me that if I was incapable of fulfilling my duties, he'd find someone that could. The whole point of me being there was to prevent any kind of scandal, be it moral or, in this case, financial, and in all fairness, that had indeed been made clear to me prior to being formally offered the position. It was either put up and shut up, or hit the road and potentially wait years for the chance to take another parish, because I would most certainly be blacklisted by the bishop. Not formally, you understand, but blacklisted nevertheless. And so I issued a formal verbal apology to the bishop and then reassured him I was capable of the task at hand. And that was the late spring of 2020, and as many of you will remember, lockdowns followed shortly after. I thought the temporary cessation... Hey, BTM Reviews with the 10 says, great chat, Joel. Thank you, Reviews. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. What's your waist size at 450? Well, I don't think, like, if you're doing 450 on the hip thrusters, that's really going to affect your, like, central waist too much, because most of that stems from, like, the obliques. So you'll see, like, bodybuilders who want to have, like, usually bodybuilding people want to have, like, very thin waists. They tend to avoid any sort of oblique work, I guess, to then minimize, like, the obliques growing to the outside. Yeah, and increasing girth. But obviously obliques are important just for, like, overall stability within, like, athletics and stuff. Peter does Kegel exercises while he's taking a big shit. He'll just, like, hold it in for a second and then let it out and hold it in. Do I have facial hair? Yeah. I'd be growing that shit. Bring cups of cocoa and counseling. Which rooms? Yeah, prairie dogging. But, like, intentional prairie dogging. Over time, the prolonged isolation... Okay. I thought the temporary cessation of church services would give Father Michael a well-deserved break, and to an extent, it functioned exactly as I'd hoped. But over time, the prolonged isolation led to a serious and rapid decline in his condition. In the end, I actually considered the social distancing to be something of a double-edged sword, because as much as it played havoc on Father Thomas's mental health, it shielded his deterioration from the public eye. He became increasingly erratic, had difficulty sleeping, and was prone to increasingly maniacal... Motherfucker. It's not... Do men have to shave every day? No. No, they don't. Which is pretty sick. It's like, if you want to keep clean shaven in the military, you probably have to shave every day. But if you just don't give a shit, and you live in the woods and collect squirrel nuts and eat squirrel meat, and you can just let it go. Have I met Mr. Nightmare? I have not, no. Never even spoken to the guy. Oh, Black Ops 6? No, I haven't. Probably won't. Welcome back, Jessica. He became increasingly erratic, having difficulty sleeping, and was prone to increasingly maniacal outbursts which both concerned and frightened me deeply. He remained fixated on the concept of martyrdom from the perspective of both the saint and their killer, and I took to locking my door at night for fear that he might do something unspeakable. Thankfully, the easing of lockdowns in the autumn of 2020 helped a great deal with Father Michael's condition. Being thrust back into public life proved something of a shock to the system, and one he desperately needed. And so for a while anyway, he was able to get back into a steady routine, and was able to focus his mind on much healthier thoughts than those of martyrdom and murder. But once limitations were reintroduced... Booze and Booze takes a lot of inspo from me. Yeah, he does. He and it's funny because he works with a lot of the same people that I've worked with, which is nice. With, like, thumbnails and audio restructuring and stuff like that, which is good. I mean, like, if there's something that you want to do, it's good to just pretty much copy what they're doing or build upon it, you know what I mean? Which I'm happy for him, honestly. He's doing good. But once limitations were reintroduced towards All Saints' Day and Father Michael was limited in even the number of funerals he could attend, his condition sank back towards the severe. He became increasingly fixated on the idea that he was about to be the recipient of what he called a heavenly communication. But whenever I pressed him on the matters, he began speaking in scriptural riddles and avoided giving any straight answers. Obviously, it was something I found deeply concerning, but it marked something of a new phase in Father Michael's state of mind. Instead of brooding, irritable, and quick to anger, he was euphoric. As I said, it was deeply concerning, but this new phase came with behaviors that proved considerably more manageable than those previously exhibited. The approaching Christmas season gave him something to focus his mind on, something that wasn't as ghastly or gory as his former fixations, and that I most warmly welcomed. Yet after New Year's Day came and went, things changed dramatically. The isolation of the January lockdowns and the desolation of the bleak British winter proved devastating to Father Michael's state of mind. His conversations with that angel went from being a weekly to an almost nightly affair, which in turn meant his sleep hygiene was atrocious. He became irritable, angry, sometimes even violent, and he smashed household items, snapped at parishioners, and in one instance, I had to physically intervene during a mass after he took a disturbing diversion relating to communing with angels. I began to wonder if I could survive another year of Father Michael's tutelage, and I used the word survive in the literal sense. Little did I know, but he'd be gone within a month. And throughout most of February 2021, Father Michael had been taking a break from his Damn it. Parochial? Parochial, alright. What do you think of Mr. Creeps? I little to him, but slower it seems. He's just a different kind of breed to me, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he's cool. I haven't listened to him in a while. Listen. I remember for a while his channel was like really popping off and stuff. Let's see, Mr. Creeps. But it seems like it slowed down for him for quite a bit. Oh no, he's still doing good. I mean, like 40,000, 50,000 views well, even more than that. He's doing just fine. Let's check out Social Blades. It's always fun to check out people's views. Mr. Crips. 2.5 million views. I mean, that, like I said, like getting anything over 1 million, like you're doing okay as far as like income goes. Don't have to work at McDonald's anymore, that's for sure. Your messed up nightmares are due to me. You're welcome. They're beautiful nightmares. He lied to you again? What the evil, conniving dictator! That guy's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. What kind of pizza do I like? The stuffed crust pizza is really fucking good. He lied to you again. Ah! What the fudge? Oh my god, dude. Parochial. Okay. Do I watch anime? I've seen it. I've heard about it. Throughout most of February 2021, Father Michael had been taking a break from his parochial. Throughout most of February 2021, Father Michael had been taking a break from his parochial duties. He had refused previous suggestions that he undertake a period of rest, but followed it. What the fuck? I feel like we're missing words here. He had refused previous suggestions he undertake a period of rest. Sorry. I'm upset about nothing. Watch Vinland Saga. What's that about? I've had a lot of people suggest animes to me, and then I just like question them as people, to be honest with you. I go and watch it, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? He had refused previous suggestions he undertake a period of rest, but Following the cessation of the Christmas period, his mania had been replaced by a rather crippling depression. His public absence was relatively easy to explain, and I was experienced enough to effectively replace him during that period. But then one Sunday morning, the 28th of February to be exact, I awoke to find Father Michael dressed, composed, and ready to administer Mass. It was like all his depression and mania had suddenly evaporated, and not only did he seem perfectly fit and well, but he seemed positively excited to perform Mass. The service itself went impeccably, and the parishioners were positively beaming to see him up and about again following his absence. Then afterwards, over a pot of tea and a few custard creams, I began asking Father Michaels about his rejuvenated state. I asked a few gentle but probing questions. His responses were quite direct. He told me that over the previous 12 months, he'd asked God many questions, none of which had received an answer. But in the early hours of Sunday morning, he'd finally received a response from the angel he'd been communicating with. The angel told him how that very night, Father Michael would be given a sign, and he would not know where, how, or exactly when, but he would be given a sign. Again, I did nothing but worry. He had peaks and then troughs, and then higher as peaks, the lower as troughs. And if his so-called angel failed to reappear that evening, if he didn't receive his so-called sign, there would be a change in his mood, and it might plummet toward unmanageable or even dangerous lows. All I could do was hope for the best and be ready for anything. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. Nothing. Father Michael's usual bedtime, the one he stuck to when he wasn't feeling manic, was usually around 9:30 at night. He'd totter off around 9, and I was under the impression that he was undertaking his evening bedtime routine, but then suddenly, he reappeared fully dressed and began to put his coat on. I asked him where he was going, but he didn't respond. He just walked towards the front door of the cottage, and then as he opened it, he looked at me and said, "You're going to follow me." He didn't say it in the imperative. It wasn't a command. It was a statement, an emotionless statement of cold, hard fact. Because as he stepped out of the cottage and began walking off into the night, I rushed to put on my own coat and hat and then followed him. All of my questions went unanswered. Father Michaels simply told me to be patient, and then led me on a short walk out into a field just east of Silk Mill Lane. I walked through the trees, crossed the public footpath, and then stopped someplace in the middle of the field, looking out toward Rushley Lane. I once again asked Father Michael what he was doing, but instead of further dismissal of my question, he told me, "We're waiting," and then took something small from his pocket and unfolded it. It was a penknife, its blade glinting in the pale moonlight. I pulled out my phone and placed a phone call to the local police at exactly 9:47 p.m., I remember. I told them Father Michael was having another of his episodes, but that this wouldn't... Audrey, welcome back for 11 months. Big 11 chat, getting closer to a year. 1 more month, Audrey. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Does the stalker still try to contact you? I don't think so. Probably blocked all communication. I haven't seen anything since. Now I need a new one. Just kidding. What's up, Monday? How we doing? All right. Prank chat. Chat, this is just a prank. Hey, CJ, thank you. I'm a stalker. Like, finger up. I'm a stalker. Oh. Sometimes you see, like, things out of the corner of your eye and you think it's like your cat, but it's just someone with a fucking knife. I told my... I told them Father Michael was having another of his episodes, but that this was one much more severe than the others. He was out in the field off Silk Mill Lane and he had a knife with him, and I was afraid that he was going to harm himself. The dispatcher told me officers would be there within minutes, and then after that I hung up and went about trying to talk Father Michael out of doing whatever I believed he was planning on doing. But he struck me. Really struck me, I mean, and it wasn't the knife that he produced. It was how calm and collected he was. As I begged him to fold away that knife and reconsider whatever he was planning, Father Michael simply smiled. He told me all I needed to do was wait a few more minutes and then all would become clear. I told him the police were on their way, and that in order to prevent a scandal he needed to make sure that that knife was out of sight before they arrived. Father Michael didn't listen and once again simply told me to be patient. A wave of relief washed over me as I saw the blue flashing lights of the police car behind us, and I began calling out to them as they advanced in our direction. Once they drew level, I told them Father Michael had a knife, at which point the officer produced an electric stun gun. I saw him produce that stun gun, then turn back towards Father Michael, intent on begging him to put down the knife, and something happened that I have yet to reconcile with my own sanity. Father Michael was looking up into the skies, completely deaf to the pleas of both myself and the police officers. And then out of nowhere, there was a great green flash in the sky before a sharp streak of bright white light burst from the green flash. It was one of the most incredible things I'd ever seen. And then as the strange lights faded and a great boom echoed across the sky, oh. See, it's weird that it's like a sentence ends there, but it's not. It's still part of the same sentence. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh. Decaying in the mattress. I was going to say, it smells weird lately. Is there a body in there? Did you yourself have a weird or off-putting coworker experience? I mean, I remember when I worked at a bar, I got into fight with coworkers a few times because there's a lot of like just overbearing male personalities. I remember this one guy would always like it was so stupid, he would like take bribes from people to like let people in the door when it was busy or whatever. And then I told him that that was bullshit and that he should at least split it with me. And then he like started to threaten me. And then I stood up to him for it and said I'll gladly fight him. It was stupid as shit. And I just remember like after he was like prepared to go and then he didn't, he was like, you know, you got a lot of balls. And then like from that point on we became like friends. Hey Katie, thank you and welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And then like another one was like where a manager was being a dick and then like some guy who was like a sub manager was rude to me and then I told him to fuck off. I was like, you don't have to be a dick to me, and then he wanted to get in my face, and I don't know, it's just so stupid. It's like it all like stems from their insecurities, and then you're the one to defend yourself against or call them out on being a dick, and then like for some reason they just want to fight you. So stupid, but it is what it is. I don't even know if overbearing was the right descriptor. Just a bunch of testosterone bingle bongs. Major bag alert. Bag alert. Major testicle bag alert. Hey, Charlie, take care. I'm gonna watch The Big Bang Theory. Hell yeah, dude. Did I ever get hit on? I was always kind of like clueless sometimes whenever, like back in Squalage, like when people would hit on me or they would tell me something like later on or whatever. But it's weird. It's like never in your life will you see like a girl completely like shift how they treat you when you like almost like harder than like a guy. When a guy gets like turned down, it's like he might have like different emotions or reactions, but he'll still feel similar to the wanting to, like, you know, be with somebody. But if you turn down a chick, it's almost like there's like a complete mental shift in their head that they've never been turned back down before, and then immediately you're just like nothing to them. I don't know, it's really weird. It was one of the most incredible things I'd ever seen. And then, as the strange lights faded, and a great boom echoed across the skies, Father Michael turned. He told me his question had been answered, that he was to be martyred at the hands of the man standing in that field with him, and that man was me. He approached me with a knife, holding it out by the blade as the police screamed at him to stand still and put the knife down. All three of us, myself and the two officers, began backing away from Father Thomas. Father Michael. Wait, fuck. Father Michael or Thomas? Fuck. Yeah, Michael, right? Yeah, I'm dumb. But I gotta make sure I didn't mess that up. Oh, he's Father Thomas, yeah. Sorry. Jesus Christ, sorry. Mixed that up in my fucking head. Still friends with the bribes guy? I am, actually, yeah. I don't know, it's like this weird, like, sort of bonding experience when, like, guys fight with each other, and then, you know, it's like when two goats butt heads for whatever reason. Not saying that goats become friends afterwards, because it's hard to measure that, but sometimes guys just kind of, like, you know, high five and they're like, "You're pretty tough, you know. Lot of respect, man." All three of us, myself and the two officers, began backing away from Father Michael, begging him to stop what he was doing before somebody got hurt. He commanded me to kill him, over and over again, and each time I refused, he became more and more irate. Then finally, he completely lost his mind. He turned the knife around, charged at me with it raised above his head, and was instantly shot by the stun gun-wielding policeman. He dropped to the ground, fell conscious, and was swiftly transported to hospital, where I was assured that he had every hope of making a full recovery. But Father Michael never woke up. The stun gun's charge, in tandem with an undiagnosed heart condition, had a terrible effect on Father Michael's cardiovascular health. He grew worse and worse until eventually he simply passed away in the early hours of the following morning. I was the first to hear the news, and when I did, I wept. But it wasn't so much shock or grief that brought tears to my eyes. It was that Father Michael had been proven right. Father Michael believed God had told him how he'd be martyred that night by someone standing in that field with him. He believed the Winchcombe meteorite, which has since been completely and scientifically explained, was his sign that he was indeed to become a holy martyr. He didn't believe he'd leave that field alive, and in more ways than one, the actions of that policeman proved him exactly right. I have no idea how Father Michael knew about the meteorite. Sometimes I think it was all just some terrible coincidence and that its sudden appearance was a matter of misfortune. But other times I think differently. Frankly, I'm not sure what to think anymore. The only thing I know for certain about the incident is that it joins the long list of other strange occurrences that have taken place in Winchcombe over the years. And doubtless, there will be many, many more. Jade, you want to get married? Well, Jade, just go up to a guy at church and say, "Hey, listen, it's marriage time, baby." And make sure you got your wedding dress on when you say it, so they know you're serious. How's the weather? It was interesting. It was like kind of warm a couple of weeks ago, but now it seems to be dropping down to like appropriate temperatures, and it's been very wet and wild. Take me to Snurch. That'd be I'd love to see like a Dr. Seuss book called like Take Me to Snurch. And it's just like some stupid fucking Dr. Seuss version of church. The star-bellied crucifixion. The Cat in the Hat is crucified up on like a squibbly squatch, you know, it's like a weird type of cross that's like an X with like a squiggle above it. Here at Snurch, we get crazy. But sometimes we get brazy. But don't ever be as lazy as Mr. Brown, who's from the other town. Nobody likes Mr. Brown. Oftentimes he makes me frown. When he tickles my pickle, I call him Mr. Rickle. Alright, we're going to read the outro script real quick. In the Snurch, we all fam. He tickles my pickle. Now it's yellow. Now it's yellow. You want a courtship? Well, it's up to you to go court. Honestly, I think most women would probably be happier if they go and select the guy they want and then make it like abundantly clear that they are the guy that they want. And so then the guy is like, oh, okay, this is obvious. So that's kind of what you have to do. You have to let them know. Because honestly, most guys, including myself, we're kind of retarded. You know, so you just have, you know, we don't speak in like body language, even though some of us are keen to it or whatever. You know, we don't have fucking telepathic thoughts the way women do. Yeah, but then they risk rejection and can't handle it. Yeah, but I think, well, maybe you wait it out. Maybe you try to like build a little thing with that guy. Well, I guess that's what they do already, right? If they kind of like someone, they try to go over and just sort of make friendly until the guy asks the thing. Does the thing with the thing, and then you got the babies, and then you got the next generation, and it just keeps going forever, infinitely, and you start to ponder, what's the whole point? Intellectual, gym rat, religious, that's it. That sounds pretty easy to find, honestly, Katie. I think you would have to go probably to church, find the guy who actually is like in shape, and then just talk to him, right? And then if he's, I mean, if, I don't know, maybe he'll talk about Nietzsche and Saint Augustine. Wouldn't be opposed to an arranged marriage within the church, but I'm young, so I don't want to. Yeah, don't do that, dude. I think it'd be a lot happier if you both mutually enjoy one another. The arranged shit, I don't know. I mean, it's not to say that it doesn't work out, but you see it in like India, and it's just like in various other cultures, and it just tends to kind of breed resentment, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you just gotta talk to him. You should watch a short horror animation called New Velma Meets Old Velma. It's really good. It's a horror animation. Yeah, you just gotta chat too with them. Yeah, you say Jesus Christ a lot. There you go. All right. We're gonna read this outro. Didn't someone say they wanted something at the end? Way in the beginning of the stream, they wanted a specific outro. I don't remember what that was. But if you guys can think of something funny, let me know. Tennessee doesn't have income tax? Well, that's true, yeah. Is it Tennessee, Florida, Texas? no state income tax, which does make a difference because here in Pennsylvania, I think the state income tax is like 3.7%. But then the fucking federal income tax scales based on your income, which can be like so much fucking money out of your ass going who even knows where, when you could be taking that and investing in like property or investing in stocks or shitcoin or whatever the fuck you want, you know what I mean? Or buying a McLaren and crashing it on the highway driving 90 during a rainstorm. Whatever you want to do with your life, you should be able to do it. Don't be an evil, lying dictator. I actually want to look that guy up to see how he says it. What's it called? Like the boy or girlfriend's best boyfriend. Evil dictator. Oh, I don't even know if I'm going to find it. Oh, God, it's fucking Matt Rife. I can't look at his face too long without having suicidal thoughts. Bitcoin is up 2,000 right now. I would invest in precious metals first and foremost. Yeah, why do people like precious metals so much? But honestly, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, do you just get it and you just sits there and you stare at it and just I guess it's the same as a house, but at least someone can live in a fucking house. But I guess what can you do with Bitcoin? I mean, I guess you can liquidate Bitcoin pretty easy. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are also super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you get a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured in the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... Wait, what were we doing again? You can do zero economies. Wait. You can own it, and if there's zero economy, you can spend 1 ounce of gold to purchase a new vehicle. Oh, Snow, welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. You now have access to bonus content. Wait, where's the dictator one? I thought that was funny. Remember, don't be an evil, lying dictator. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't be an evil, lying dictator. I feel like I don't know. Someone's gonna like politicize that and think I'm talking about the Orange Man or something. Whatever. If whoever gets it, it'll be funny. Bone us content. Exactly. Well, guys, that was fun. We finally made it through. I feel like my brain wasn't operating at 100% capacity, but that's okay. I was going to stream video games on Saturday, but I couldn't think of what to play. If you guys ever have any suggestions for like horror games that are maybe like a one-off kind of vibe, let me know what you would want me to watch me play. But otherwise, I am going to get going here. We'll get this edited up on Patreon first thing. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then it'll be out tonight, Monday, at 9 p.m. EST. And then I'll be back streaming Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday night. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be freaking sweet. Alright. Love you guys. Have a good night and everything. Be sure to not eat a bunch of bullshit. Bye.